This place really is beautiful. In the distance, a few young ladies stepped on the endless lotus leaves, walking over from a dark green brook, their dresses all touching the water surface. They were beautiful and refined, as if they were girls from immortal Tao families. Indeed, Jadefall Lake was beautiful and outstanding, blue like gemstones. Even though they were still far away, that type of spirituality could already be felt, sending over waves of pure white immortal energy. Crystal trees grew here one after another, taking root in the spiritual mountains around the lake, releasing pure and clear light. These trees were extremely special, all of them semi-transparent, the patterns in the trees clearly visible. Moreover, the tree's color was divided into many different types, from purple that looked like they were made from purple gold, to red-colored ones that were brilliant like cornelian. It is indeed extremely beautiful. Sure how stopped, gazing towards this holy land. This person is so fat, he. When a few young girls passed by, they all covered their mouths, releasing a few giggles. They gave Chao Yuxing and the others a few looks. This is a sign of good fortune, okay? Fatty Chao disputed. Soon afterwards, the young ladies went into the distance, moving gracefully, then entered Jadefall Lake, stepping on the brilliant lake surface, and then flew towards a massive spiritual mountain up ahead. There were pavilions there, silver waterfalls and flowing streams, white mists swirling about, the scenery full of artistic feel. It's Wei family's 4 fairies. It's them, the legendary Wei family 4 phoenixes. There were quite a few cultivators moving about not too far from Jadefall Lake. Their ages not looking that great, all of them under 30. They were quietly discussing amongst themselves, revealing the 4 fairies' identities. Many people didn't have the qualifications to enter Jadefall Lake, unable to participate in the genius gathering, but they really wanted to see those legendary figures, which was why they came to the outer regions, paying close attention there. Wei family's 4 fairies had great reputations. When someone revealed their identities, there was immediately quite the disturbance. Many people starting to discuss amongst themselves. It was because not only did they possess astonishing beauty, their talent was even more so extraordinary, origins extremely great, making others feel admiration. Wei family wasn't a human clan, but rather one of Imperial Past's 3 great long-life families, isolated from the outside world. The creatures of the 9 heavens didn't know about them at all. This was an extremely mysterious and ancient inheritance. This family has 4 phoenixes in this generation, for stunning women known as exceptional geniuses. When these 4 joined hands, they could sweep through all of their peers. Suddenly, under deafening rumbling sounds, a silver war chariot arrived, its speed too fast. The chariot surged with waves of silver light that burned like flames, an intimidating aura rippling over from within the brilliance. 5 spirits war chariot. Someone cried out in surprise. This war chariot was extremely special, its entire body shining, made of silvery white metal. Even though it was shining, it also carried a mottled ancient aura, marks left behind from battles of the past. The most unique part was that what pulled the chariot weren't truly living creatures. They looked like 5 swallows, silvery white and shining, spreading their wings into the air. Within the gracefulness, a type of domineeringness and viciousness. These creatures carried a cold metallic luster, size not that small. They pulled the chariot, rumbling past, powerful and intimidating. This was a legendary precious artifact. The 5 spirits war chariot charged forward boldly. Wherever the silver light reached, all enemies would be forced back. It had previously established glorious achievements, belonging to an unmatched being, his preferred means of transportation. This is Qi Hong. The carriage now belongs to him. Obtaining that unmatched being's care, this generation's inheritor. There were a few unmatched beings in Imperial Pass, their cultivation deep and immeasurable, always cultivating in seclusion by the ancestral altar, rarely coming out. These were the city's highest-level protectors. That unmatched figure bestowed this chariot to him. Qi Hong is extraordinary after all, treated with such importance by someone at that level. A few people released sighs of astonishment. It was because the 5 spirits war chariot's reputation was too great. The 5 silver birds looked like swallows, but they were actually vermilion birds. Of course, there were people who saw them as true phoenixes, just that they didn't have resplendent feathered arrows. When they were refined, it was their spirits that were focused on, not their outer forms. The birds were brilliant, but they weren't scarlet red, instead made from the same material as the chariot, sturdy and imperishable. Everyone knew how terrifying the 5 spirits' war chariot was. It had previously rushed into the enemy outside the pass, slaughtered enemies, weaved unstoppably through the foreign great army, slaughtering them until their corpses piled up like mountains, blood flowed like rivers. The enemy would immediately become terror-stricken when it was mentioned. This war chariot was unstoppable. It could be said that this chariot embodied the glory of an unmatched being, one of Imperial Pass's most important precious artifacts, making everyone's eyes red. It was because it was rumored that all enemies could be crushed just by relying on this war chariot alone, to the extent where the owner didn't even have to do anything himself. The 5 spirits' war chariot could flatten armies on its own. This was a great killing artifact, even more so a carriage that made the eyes of all cultivators in Imperial Pass turn red. Qi Hong, even though he wasn't a true disciple of the master of the 5 spirits' war chariot, he still obtained his guidance. His cultivation was immeasurable. He had never suffered a defeat. Qi Hong, the successor of an unmatched being, he will definitely rise up. No one able to stop his advance. Qi Hong also came. This type of young pride of heaven came. Unmatched to this day, prospects brilliant, no one able to predict how far he could reach. There were previously rumors that the 5 spirits' war chariot oppresses the heavens. It is not as simple as an ordinary weapon, just that it had never been truly activated yet. The Undying passed it on to Qi Hong. What does this mean? Someone said quietly. With the arrival of the 5 spirits' war chariot, Jadefall Lake began to tremble intensely, green light rushing into the heavens, triggering astonishing irregular scenes. On the surrounding spiritual mountains and precious ships in Jadefall Lake, many people were greatly alarmed. There were even a few who directly moved to welcome the master of the 5 spirits' war chariot. With a schwa sound, silver light spread out, descending from the war chariot, forming a path. It was as if the heavenly Tao was rumbling, making the primordial spirits of everyone nearby tremble, as if they were facing an unmatched supreme being. The war chariot is too terrifying, someone said quietly. A silver light great path unfolded on the ground. 2 creatures walked out from the war chariot, one of them divine and untainted, surrounded by silver flames, as if a heavenly emperor entered this world. He had an extraordinary appearance, extremely outstanding. A head of golden long hair scattered down, even his pupils like this, brilliant like 2 golden suns, intimidating to the extreme. His body was extremely sturdy, a light golden color, as if he had an imperishable golden body. Golden body, yet it released silver light. Just how astonishing of a scene was this? It was rumored that since the ancient times only the most outstanding individuals, some immortal Tao individuals, could have this type of appearance. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. This was Qi Hong. He was even more terrifying than the legends. It was as if an ancient war immortal reincarnated, overlooking everything underneath the skies, looking down on the masses. There was someone next to him, wrapped within primal chaos, only a blurry outline visible. A pair of eyes shone resplendently like a heavenly sun. When they opened and closed, divine light split the heavens. Too terrifying. Jin Zhan. Someone recognized him. He was the inheritor Jin Taijun, attached the most importance to, proficient in present world methods, known as a peerless pride of heaven from the 9 heavens above, divine heroicness unmatched. No one expected Jin Zhan to actually walk out of the 5 spirits' war chariot. One could see how close his relationship to Qi Hong was. Please, the owner of the war chariot Qi Hong said. Brother Qi, please go first. Jin Zhan said. They entered Jadefall Lake, and then stepped onto a spiritual mountain, many young experts coming out to greet them. They felt incredible admiration for Qi Hong, not many people in Imperial Pass who had never heard of this person. At the same time, Jin Zhan couldn't be looked down on either. He came from the 9 heavens, rumored to be walking at the very forefront of present-world methods, possibly breaking all sorts of legends in the future, establish an even more expansive great cultivation path. Brother Qi, you came. Seeing your golden body, silver radiance, you definitely became even more astonishing, worthy of being the successor of an unmatched being. In the future, you will definitely reach the peak of martial Tao, unmatched in this world. Someone spoke out. Qi Hong was extremely calm, not revealing any arrogance. He humbly returned politeness, moreover introducing Jin Zhan at his side to those around him. The pride of heaven of a generation, Jin Zhan, your reputation precedes you. You are a true dragon among men as expected. Someone praised. Qi Hong and Jin Zhan. The two of them were surrounded like stars around a moon. Many young cultivators moved together with them. What a big display, Chao Yuxing said. They didn't even step into Jadefall Lake, yet already saw such a show of extravagance. The Five Spirits War Chariot carried two powerful individuals into the distinguished meeting, as if true supreme beings were setting out. The little ant curled his lips. He was extremely dissatisfied with Jin Zhan, because Jin Zhan was designated as Wang family's son-in-law. This person stood against Shi Hao, wanting to take action for Wang family. To use the Five Spirits War Chariot as transportation, this really was a show of extravagance, leaving the young generation experts shaken. Keep your composure. If he doesn't provoke us, then let's just be in harmony. Come peacefully and leave peacefully. Shi Hao said, not willing to stir up a disturbance here. With the foreign army's pressure and the great danger of breaking through desolate border, he didn't have the mind to bother with any thoughts of competition. What about Wang family's woman? Why isn't she together with Jin Zhan? Fatty Chow looked around. He was naturally talking about Wang family's number one pearl, Wang Shi. Don't bother looking anymore. She came, Shi Hao said. There were two war chariots that arrived from the distance, releasing exploding noises. Several terrifying barbaric beasts pulled the chariots, their steps making heaven and earth tremble, rumble with noise. The noises became louder and louder, eventually loud as thunder, leaving one in fear. Tugu family's lightning war chariot, someone said with shock. Those were two purple-golden war chariots. They arrived one after the next, both of them bathed in lightning. Streak after streak of electrical arcs poured outwards, terrifying to the extreme. Tugu Yulong, Tugu family's true dragon, someone said quietly, staring at the man in the first carriage, feeling great fear, not daring to provoke this person. Tugu family was one of Imperial Past's three great long-life families, descendants of a true immortal, within them flowing some immortal blood. Their population wasn't great, but their clan was extremely powerful. This was especially the case with Tugu Yulong, known to be this clan's true dragon, his strength heaven-defying. He was only 20-something in age, but his cultivation already shocked the past and present at his age. Tugu Yulong stood on the first lightning war chariot alone, facing the wind, his long purple hair flying about, eyes like lightning, releasing purple light, making everyone's souls tremble. This was an exceptional young expert, extremely well known in Imperial Pass. Wei family had 4 phoenixes, while Tugu family had a dragon, forming a contrast. Behind this lightning war chariot was another emperor carriage, on it 2 women, one of them dressed in bright red clothes that carried electrical light, like a fiery red rose, extremely stunning. This was precisely Tugu Yulong's younger sister named Tugu Luoyen, beauty captivating even the birds and beasts, extremely gorgeous. At her side was Wang Shi, snow-white clothes fluttering about, standing on the lightning war chariot, as if she was going to ride the wind and ascend to immortality. No wonder she didn't stand together with Jin Zhan. This is a 2-pronged attack, Chao Yuxing said to himself. Jin Zhan came with Qi Hong on the Five Spirits war chariot, while Wang Shi walked with Tugu family. Were they moving separately, trying to rope in 2 great inheritors, trying to get other long-life families on their ship? These people wish to form an alliance. We must be careful, the heavenly horned ant said. It doesn't matter. If one achieves immortality, then it will be enough to flatten this world. If there are great changes that take place in the future, what is most important is one's individual strength. No matter how many sheep there are, it still won't be enough to face a lion, Xianxia said. Then, they saw little Sky King seated on an ancient beast, entering Jadefall Lake, receiving the greetings of many people. Then, Great Sutua, Chigu, Lanxian, and others also arrived, as well as even more people who came. There were quite a few people who they didn't recognize, all of them young cultivators from Imperial Pass. Shi Hao and Chao Yuxing walked forward, entering Jadefall Lake along a river, stepping on a small boat. Ripples spread outwards. In the lake's surroundings there were many spiritual mountains. It was magnificent and beautiful, white mist swirling about them. Iris and orchids grew, full of spirituality, as if an ancient immortal mountain was located here. There were some others who also entered Jadefall Lake because it was almost time. During this period of time, a few war chariots and divine beasts appeared one after another, bringing young geniuses here. More and more people came for this great gathering of young kings from different clans. Woo, there is heaven-shocking news. There really might be people from the restricted region here. I seem to have seen people enter Imperial Pass. I wonder if they came after receiving the invitation. Someone passed along this piece of information, triggering a huge commotion. Everyone became shocked. There really were creatures who left the restricted region, arriving in Imperial Pass? Just how earth-shattering was this? From the past until now, not many people had seen them before, no one knowing what they were really like. In that instant, this became the focal point of the discussions. Many people were excited. If even creatures from the Nine Heavens restricted region came, then that really would be an unprecedented distinguished meeting. Hong! Right at this time, waves of light surged from Jadefall Lake, rushing into the heavens. A sparkling green island emerged, surrounded by a curtain of light, preventing water from entering the island even when it was at the bottom of the lake. There was an island in Jadefall Lake, now appearing. For cultivators, islands floating in the sky or hidden beneath water weren't all that shocking. However, this island was a bit strange, suspected to be the remains of a true immortal, an immortal previously residing here. It was because now, they already couldn't find any cave dwellings, only some debris and verdant plant life remaining. However, it was still extremely captivating. It was because strand after strand of immortal energy was released precisely from this island. It was rumored that even a piece of normal metal, when fiddled with by a true immortal, could also be turned into treasure. That was why, because a true immortal resided here, even if there wasn't anything left behind, there would still be an immortal aura pervading this place. It was now time the gathering of geniuses began. Everyone got onto this island one after another. Without a doubt, the Five Spirits War Chariot attracted great attention. There was immediately a large group of people who circled over. At the same time, Little Sky King, Great Sutua, Tugu Yulong and others also became the focal point of attention, surrounded by many people. As for Wei family's 4 phoenixes, there was even less of a need to say anything. Beautiful female cultivators were far more popular than men. There was a group of young heroes who converged here, enthusiastically calling out to them. There really are a lot of people, the heavenly horned ant said. Huh? It's you. When a cultivator saw the heavenly horned ant, his face immediately became pale. It was precisely the one who delivered the message. He still remembered how terrifying this little ant's way of talking was, even calling Immortal Wang a kid. If it really said something that crossed the line here, then it really would be beyond terrible. Ah, you came too unlucky. Just as he backed up, he saw Chao Yuxing, veins popping on his forehead. He turned around and immediately left, because he had been beaten up by Fatty Chow 3 days ago. Jadefall Island was extremely beautiful. The green grass like a cushion, beautiful trees verdant and lush. Divine springs surged, wondrous medicines releasing multicolored light, medicinal fragrance assailing the nostrils, leaving one intoxicated. What are you all in a fluster for? You ran into me. A youngster berated that messenger. I'm sorry, just now. Just now what? People who didn't receive invitations also came, the messenger said. When he said this, he gave Fatty Chow a look. Who dares? Are you trying to make a disturbance in this distinguished gathering? The purple-haired young man in charge of maintaining order immediately took large steps towards Chao Yuxing. When he arrived before him, he shouted, "You, leave, immediately." Chao Yuxing gave him a look of disdain, saying, "Are you looking for a beating? You dare holler at an esteemed guest? Open your dog eyes and take a look. What is this?" While speaking, he waved the invitation in his hands. The one who came became suspicious, giving the messenger a look. "Apologize to this old one. So what if I don't have an invitation? Can't you be a bit more polite?" "Apologize," Chao Yuxing said. "He really doesn't have an invitation. That is someone else's," the messenger said from not far away. "Did you steal someone else's invitation?" The purple-haired young man who maintained order raised his voice. In the surroundings, there were immediately quite some people who turned around because the disturbance here became a bit bigger. Many people were shocked. There was actually someone who dared stir up trouble here? "I didn't steal someone else's. It's my friend's," Chao Yuxing said. "Doesn't matter, even if your friend didn't come, he still can't hand it to you. If you don't have an invitation, then you cannot ascend the island." The purple-haired youth was extremely strict, finding Chao Yuxing unsightly. "Is that so? However, I saw that after Jin Zhan and Wang Shi arrived, there were others from Jin family and Wang family who came. I refuse to believe that one clan will receive 2 invitations." Chao Yuxing revealed a cold smile. After he came, he saw that Jin Zhan's little uncle Jin Jifei came, as well as another older cousin of Wang Shi's who came. "You?" The purple-haired youth was a bit annoyed, because there were indeed quite a few people who came with a familiar person, moreover not just a few of them. "Right, that old man, age already great, what young genius. You didn't chase him away, yet instead came to make noise here." Chao Yuxing pointed at Jin Jifei, someone who had fought with Shi Hao not too long ago, the Jin family expert who had his mount seized. He then said, "Do you not know that I am the number 2 supreme being of the present world younger generation? The one who will bury me is number 1, while I am number 2. While looking at his chattering appearance, the purple-haired youth laughed coldly and said, "Regardless, you are no good, cannot enter. You don't have the qualification. Why can they enter?" Chao Yuxing pointed at Wang family and Jin family's people, as well as some other people who didn't have invitations. "Can you compare to them? They are the heaven's pride of long-life families. The people they were brought by are enough to be sovereigns under the sky." The purple-haired youngster ridiculed. It was clear that the disturbance here was now great. This place became quiet, many people looking over. "It's Fatty Chao," someone said quietly. There were cultivators from the 9 heavens above who recognized him, knowing that he was close to Shi Hao. They felt like now that this fatty was provoked, Huang would definitely make an appearance. What qualification is needed? Right at this time, Shi Hao walked over from the back, looking at the purple-haired young man in front of him. At this time, a few people recognized him, for example, Great Su Tuo, exiled Immortal, Protector's descendant Dugu Yun, Gu, and others. They were all people who were familiar with him, right now nodding in his direction, sending their greetings. "Who are you?" the purple-haired youth asked. The messenger hurriedly rushed up, saying a few sentences quietly into his ear. The purple-haired youth immediately widened his eyes, sucking in a cold breath of air. This was actually Huang. He was now personally dealing with him. There was some misunderstanding. Since Brother Shi came, then you can naturally bring a friend or 2. His revealed an awkward expression. "Who really is that person?" someone asked, feeling extremely dissatisfied. Right at this time, a disturbance swept out. The owner of the 5 Spirits War Chariot Qihong walked over. From far away, he said with a smile on his face, "Is this Brother Shi? I have been looking forward to meeting you for quite some time. To be able to meet now, it truly is a pleasure, a pleasure." Everyone was shocked. The inheritor of an unmatched being, Qihong, actually personally greeted this person, so polite to this delicate and handsome youth. It really left everyone shocked. Not long ago, a group of people were welcoming Qihong, surrounding him, but now he actually went to greet another. "Turns out you are Huang. We met along the way." Your appearance is so delicate and pretty, but your battle accomplishments are so incredible. In our imaginations, we thought that you would have 3 heads 6 arms, leopard head and looped eyes. Wei family's 4 phoenixes walked over, a young lady among them giggling. Everyone was alarmed. Even the 4 genius young ladies came over to greet that young man, trying to gain his friendship, being this polite. Who exactly was he? Haha, Huang. Someone who rose up through a single battle, killing 10 foreign kings in great scarlet sky border. Shocking the world under the sky, we finally meet today. Long life family's Tugu Yulong walked over, his head of purple head scattering down, divine might surging as he walked over. Even he came over, this naturally made everyone's minds tremble, faces pale. At the same time, everyone finally knew who the one who came was. Tugu Yulong spoke his name, it was Huang. Sure Hao was surprised, not expecting these people to take the initiative to welcome him. Long life Wei family's 4 phoenixes were one thing. After all, there was no conflict of interests. But Qi Hong, who owned the 5 Spirits War chariot, clearly invited Jin Zhan to ride with him, while Tuoba Yulong's sister accompanied Wang Shi, quite close to each other. So why did they treat him with such courtesy now? This place erupted with noise. The cultivators from the 9 heavens naturally recognized Sure Hao, but many creatures in Imperial Pass had never met him before. Now they finally understood, seeing this person for themselves. All of their eyes burned, feeling shock and excitement. Heavens, he is that Huang. I came together with him, wasn't that far away. I never expected to have traveled most of the trip with him. Brother Sure, this one truly feels great admiration for you. In Great Scarlet Sky's battle, you brought great glory to our side through slaughter, making everyone release a pent-up wave of resentment. I had always heard about you, but never met you. It truly is a fortunate encounter today. Large amounts of people surrounded over, so crammed not a drop of water could trickle through. It was extremely noisy. There were even more so some young ladies whose eyes burned with passion, staring at Sure Hao. Imperial Pass was located at the very front of this realm, constantly facing the threat of the other side. No one understood how terrifying the creatures of that side were than them. Continuously killing 10 kings. For them, it was simply a legend. This place erupted with noise, many cultivators surrounding over. Of course, not everyone called out so enthusiastically. For example, Jin Zhan sat there, not moving the entire time, or Wang Shi, her white clothes purer than snow, extremely cold, never giving Sure Hao a look. There were some others, for example, 6 Crown King Ningchuan and others who didn't say anything. Huang's identity was revealed, triggered a commotion. Large amounts of youngsters gathered. Many of them grew up in Imperial Pass, never left before, so this was the first time they saw Sure Hao. Brother Huang, shocking desolate border through a single battle. Even though we were born in Imperial Pass, it is shameful to say that we spent all this time cultivating, never fighting with the well-known people of the other side. However, we've also heard about how strong they are. Through that battle you proved yourself to be stunning under the sky after all, worthy of admiration. Someone said, extremely sincere, not exaggerating his praise. It was hard for Sure Hao to move his feet even if he wanted to. There were figures everywhere, surrounding him, men and women included, but they all had a common trait, which was that they were surging with youthfulness, currently in their golden years. There were some people who asked about the details of that battle, some people trying to become friends with him. It was extremely enthusiastic, filling this place with noise. Wow, this little ant is the legendary heavenly horned ant? It is entirely golden. Eyes so big. It's so cute. A little girl widened her beautiful eyes, looking at the ant on Sure Hao's shoulder. This drew many people's attention, all of them staring at the heavenly horned ant. It is too cute. Golden, brilliant, tiger head, tiger brain. So charming, that little girl said. She was only 11 or 12 years of age, not yet matured. The reason she was able to come here was definitely because her clan's older brothers or sisters brought her in. Many people were speechless. This was but the child of a vicious 10, possessing incredible combat strength. Once it went crazy, it would be difficult for others of the same level to keep him in check. It had an unmatched bloodline. As for the heavenly horned ant himself, dark lines appeared on his forehead. Being called cute by others really pissed him off, making him want to headbutt that girl. When he heard that he was called Tiger Head Tiger Brain, the lines of his face became even darker. He couldn't help but cry out, saying, "Tiger, what is that? What part resembles this king? If you compared me to a true dragon, then I would have just admitted it." Apart from the little girl who laughed happily like a blooming flower, no one else dared laugh. This was the child of a vicious 10, true immortal bloodline, his origins too terrifying. It still hadn't grown up, but once it did, only heaven knew how terrifying it would become. There was someone who said quietly, "I heard that during Immortal Ancient War, there were some true immortals who tried to preserve a bloodline, but they all failed. There were only a few individuals who remained, but they were all injured. Back then, the foreign side destroyed root and branch, not leaving anything behind wherever they went. That was truly a dark period. The inheritances of true immortals were severed, heirs wiped out. The few that did survive had problems, injured to the extent where they couldn't appear in the world normally, their conditions grave. Later now, those true immortal bloodlines were either sealed into primal chaos or sent into heaven and earth natural luck areas' ancestral veins, but it was still ineffective, almost all of them dying out. They couldn't even live long enough to correct their descendants' problems. The bloodline left behind by the heavenly horned ant is extremely sturdy, without any problems. Everyone could only release a sigh. Back then, heavenly horned ant great ones' fighting strength directly caught up to an immortal king, truly formidable, able to retain an heir through that dark era. In reality, the truth was far more cruel than they imagined. Xianxia had previously visited the little ant's place of birth, seeing the ruined imprint that Great One left behind. The vicious 10's heavenly horned ant paid a tremendous price for the little ant to live. If not for all of the care he put in, using all the methods he could, how could there be the current golden little ant? A heavenly horned ant followed at Huang's side. This left many people envious. If they waited until this ant grew up, then it could definitely protect a clan, allow it to prosper. Of course, this was on the premise that the other side didn't break through Imperial Pass. Brother Huang's luck is so great. Compared to you, our mounts, auspicious beasts and divine birds are too inferior. Someone said, "What are you trying to say?" The golden little ant didn't want to hear this. His eyes immediately lit up. The relationship he had with Xianxia was definitely not one of master and servant. That person was immediately alarmed, knowing that he spoke out of place. How could the descendant of a vicious 10 be willing to serve as the battle beast of another? There would only be others chasing after them. My relationship with him is that of brothers, Xianxia said. Brother Huang, honorable little brother heavenly horned ant, please this way. The owner of the 5 spirits war chariot Qihong smiled, resolving the awkwardness, inviting them into seats of honor. The seats here were tastefully chosen. There weren't many seats at the very center. Xianxia was directly invited here. At the same time, Chao Yuxing was also invited over, arranged to sit here. Just now, Chao Fatty was in quite a miserable situation, squeezed out by others until he was nowhere to be seen. It was because there were many cultivators here, all of them coming for Huang, surrounding him. Of course, now, his treatment was completely different. When everyone realized that he was Xiao's brother, they all greeted him. Hang! Someone released a cold snort, feeling dissatisfaction towards the 5 spirits war chariot's owner Qihong's courteous reception of Xiao. Chao Yuxing turned around, seeing Jin Jifei's ice-cold gaze. The cold snort just now was released precisely by him. Who is he? Chao Yuxing asked, pretending to not know him. Jin Zhan's little uncle. His name is Jin Jifei, a heaven-warping figure. Someone informed him quietly. Younger generation. Asking about my origins? Are you trying to challenge me? Jin Jifei swept a look of disdain over, looking down on him. Then he gave Xiao another look, killing intense swirling, only restraining himself after a long time passed. It could be said that he was extremely domineering and brash, not hiding it at all, opposing Xiao's group openly and without fear. He really wanted to force them to immediately take action. Who is this old man? Didn't we say that this was a distinguished gathering between the younger generation? Why did this old thing get mixed in? Really is uncoordinated. It had to be said that Chao Yuxing's mouth was vicious. It was because Jin Jifei wasn't even 40 years of age. Even though this wasn't that young, he definitely wasn't old. Fatty Chao immediately labeled him as an old man when he opened his mouth. This really wasn't upright and sincere, undisguised mockery. Younger generation, you? Jin Jifei slapped the table and stood up, raising his hand to grab towards Chao Yuxing. Everyone was shocked. Was he going to take action here? This was a distinguished meeting. Yet a great battle was actually about to erupt as soon as it began. Not far out, Jin Zhan also stood up, but he didn't show any intent to interfere, only watching his own little uncle out of fear that something unexpected might happen. Wang Shi's eyes also finally moved in Shi Hao and the little ant's direction. Meanwhile, Six-Crown King Ning Chuan and the others watched with the cool eye of a bystander, still not expressing anything. Brother Jin, taking action here isn't too good, right? Qi Hong stood up, standing in the way. This left many people shocked. Not long ago, he came together with Jin Zhan in the Five Spirits War Chariot, so everyone thought that he was close to Jin family. They never expected that he would be the first to step out. Qi Hong was 20-something years old, while Jin Jifei was more than 30, moreover Jin Zhan's little uncle. Yet Qi Hong only called him Brother Jin, clearly not seeing him as an older generation figure. Brother Jin, we are holding a gathering this time, not to face each other with arms. Move spears here. Tugu family's true dragon, Tugu Yulong spoke up, also stopping him. This left everyone shocked. The two young experts actually both expressed this type of standpoint, clearly protecting Huang and the others. You dare target my friends in front of my face? Shi Hao walked out, facing Jin Jifei, his eyes erupting with divine radiance, as if lightning fired out. Everyone was given a fright. Even Huang moved. Was there going to be a battle? Chao Yuxing knew who Jin Jifei was, so opposing him with equal harshness could be considered protesting in Shi Hao's place. Right now, Shi Hao naturally wouldn't let the other party threaten him. Huang, what do you count as daring to have this type of stance before me? Jin Jifei said coldly. He found it hard to let go of what had been bothering him this entire time. He originally wouldn't come here, just that he heard Shi Hao was going to come, and that was why he came. He unexpectedly suffered a defeat in the primordial spirit great battle last time, filling him with unwillingness, feeling a sense of humiliation. He really wanted to fight again, suppress Huang. It could be said that the main reason he came was to fight Shi Hao, to stir things up when there was nothing. You were already defeated before, yet you still dare act fierce. Shi Hao played the situation down. The more the other party shouted, the more calmly he faced this. Do you dare fight? Jin Jifei challenged, shouting here. Not far out, Jin Zhan's expression was serious, walking over, standing behind his own little uncle. Even though he didn't say anything, this move was still a type of declaration of where he stood. Wang Shi also walked over, not saying anything, standing at their side. Jin family and Wang family, were they expressing a type of attitude? Not getting along with Shi Hao standing against him. This made it hard for many people to calm down, leaving them shaken. You already lost, Shi Hao said indifferently. If we carry out a true confrontation, I will suppress you with a single hand, Jin Jifei said coldly. This kid is beyond help, only knowing how to brag. Because he already lost. Now he's going crazy. The golden little ant shook his head, commenting like this. Everyone was speechless. This bean-sized little ant even dared call someone else a kid? This was looking down on others too much. Old man, do you have any sense of shame? Already so old, yet you still dare to hatefully challenge a younger generation. Why don't you go look for a piece of tofu to knock over? Chao Yuxing spoke up, his mouth still just that crafty. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They all felt that it really was unlucky for Jin Jifei to run into the little ant and Chao Yuxing, called an old man by one of them, and then looked down on like a kid by the other. It really was tragic. Senior Jin, The gathering isn't for resolving grudges. If you feel dissatisfaction towards Brother Shi, you can set up a battle in the future. Why is there a need to point swords here? A young lady from Wei family's 4 phoenixes spoke up, expression becoming slightly cold. The youngsters from Imperial Pass with some authority spoke up one after another, all of them subtly partial towards Huang. Jin Jifei's eyes were cold. He nodded towards Qi Hong, Tuoba Yulong and Wei family's 4 phoenixes, and then said, "This gathering is for discussing the Tao, so I wish to have a go with Huang. However, I know that this leaves everyone quite troubled, so I will leave this for another day." After speaking, he turned around and left. In the distance, beast roars sounded. For golden divine beasts pulled a war chariot, entering Jadefall Lake, moreover ascending the island, stopping before Jin Jifei. "Eighth uncle is leaving just like this?" A youngster jumped off the war chariot, filled with unwillingness. He had red lips and white teeth, extremely attractive and intelligent. However, when he looked towards Shi Hao, his gaze was extremely unkind. "Master, are we leaving just like this? Weren't you going to tidy up that brat?" A battle servant descended from the war chariot, speaking softly to Jin Jifei. He didn't accept the challenge. Jin Jifei said coldly, "Huang, are you scared of 8th uncle? If you have the guts, then come and fight, or else you are a coward. Just get lost from Imperial Pass." The handsome young man shouted. This made everyone's expressions change. This disciple from Jin family crossed the line. They could tell that he is the spoiled type from a single look, relying on the family's power to throw his weight around, even daring to berate Huang. Moreover, with such nasty words, this youngster clearly incurred everyone's disgust. "We're leaving," Jin Jifei said. Even though he didn't want him to act too unbridled here, he didn't lecture this youngster either. "Huang, you really are cowardly and shameful, actually not even daring to fight. It is better if you just get lost from Imperial Pass sooner." When the youngster left, he laughed complacently. Truly unsightly, lacking the bravery to even fight a battle. That battle servant also said. Towards this, Jin Jifei didn't express anything, only ascending onto that war chariot. Haha, that youngster laughed brashly. Hong. Suddenly, everyone felt a suffocating pressure, their hearts in pain, as if a true immortal took action, crushing the heaven and earth until it trembled, rumbling with noise. It made everyone's souls shake endlessly. "Stay your hand," Jin Zhan, who hadn't spoken up all this time, shouted, wishing to prevent this attack. Everyone saw that Shi Hao raised his hand, slapping towards that war chariot. His golden hand was large like a house, crushing the void, rumbling with noise. "Pa! Ah!" That handsome young man released a miserable cry, breaking to pieces, quickly dying. His face was full of horror before death, looking at Shi Hao, not daring to believe that the other party would directly take action. Pooh! At the same time, that battle servant was also struck by the golden palm, unable to resist at all, directly exploding into bloody mist. "I won't issue senseless challenges, will only directly kill," Shi Hao said indifferently. Everyone was greatly alarmed. Huang was powerful beyond compare after all, taking action just like this in front of Jin Zhan and Jin Jifei, wiping out someone of direct descent from their clan. "You dare!" Jin Jifei was furious, jumping off the war chariot. "Why wouldn't I? This is a distinguished meeting. How can any random person come and speak foolishly? If we let this go, what'll be next? They ought to be punished," Shi Hao said. "You dare take action, kill my people?" Jin Jifei's hair flew about. With a whoosh sound, crazy winds swept about. An eruption of power. Right now, he was like a javelin, rushing over like a streak of lightning. He landed with a pung sound, making the hard diamond-like rock explode, rubble flying everywhere. Shi Hao killed 2 people before everyone's faces, his expression calm as he replied in a simple and direct manner. "You think you are anyone special? I am going to kill you today." Jin Jifei's expression was gloomy. His entire body shone, endless streaks of blazing divine radiance shooting out from his pores, resplendent like a blazing sun. Didn't you want to take action against me this entire time, looking for so many excuses? Now, I'll give you the chance. You can stop acting so hypocritical, Shihao said coldly. Halt! Qi Hong rushed up, standing between the two, not allowing them to fight a great battle. Qi family's little brother, walk aside. Don't protect him. Today, I have to execute this fierce creature. Jin Jifei's eyes were treacherous, killing intent fully revealed as he stepped forward. You speak as if you could look down on all beneath the heavens, unmatched in this world, but in reality, you aren't worth shit. Last time, weren't you beaten until you vomited blood, obediently offering up your mount, fleeing in defeat? What is your display of loftiness now worth? Chao Yuxing ridiculed. Why are you behaving so ostentatiously? You aren't enough. Be careful not to be directly beaten up. The golden little ant also spoke coldly. Today they were already bullied to this extent. Even a later generation of Jin family dared provoke him, even a servant daring to berate Shihao. This truly was going too far. After incurring hatred with Shihao, Jin Jifei clearly wanted to kill him, looking for trouble from the very start, continuously challenging him. The grudge is undissolvable. That was why even when a servant and a younger generation from Jin family climbed over Shihao's head, he didn't show any mercy, directly killing them. It was because both sides were fated to be enemies. There wasn't much to be said. Good, good, good. Since you all already spoken like this, if I don't take action, don't subdue you, I really would be letting everyone down. Jin Jifei shouted, his eyes vicious, killing intent surging into the heavens. At the same time, Jin Zhan also walked up, standing behind his clan uncle, expression cold. He stared at Shihao, his stance firm just like Jin Jifei. Huang, you are too unbridled. Do you think my Jin family is easy to bully? Killing a clan brother of mine. This grudge has to be paid with blood. Do you want to be captured? Or do you want us to take action? Jin Zhan spoke out, his words forceful. The atmosphere here immediately became tense. Everyone's minds were shaken, not expecting things to develop like this. Your Jin family is too full of shit. Stop hiding around already. Who here doesn't know that you came precisely for Shihao? What are you all trying to sound pompous now for? Shameless, Chao Yuxing said. Already decided to be enemies, standing against us, yet still want to sound elegant and classy? If you all aren't willing, then you kids can just come at us. The heavenly horned ant was even more direct. I am standing right here. If you want to take action, then come. Shihao was still without fear, his eyes like golden lightning, intimidating and powerful. Everyone on Jadefall Island shivered inwardly. The gathering had just begun, yet there was already this type of situation, directly about to decide life and death, a great battle between giants developing. Only, there were some people who didn't wish to see a battle to the death, not willing to see a dispute here. The owner of the 5 spirits war chariot Qi Hong, Tugu family's true dragon Tugu Yulong and Wei family's 4 phoenixes all walked forward, separating them. This distinguished meeting, if it ended in chaos because of a dispute, then it truly wouldn't be good. I feel like both of you can take a step back. Do not point weapons this day, Tugu Yulong said. Brother Tugu, this is where you are wrong. You are clearly siding with one party. Wang Shi walked over, her figure elegant, snow-white clothes untainted by impurities, entire being elegant and refined. She had previously came on Tugu family's lightning war chariot, both sides clearly having intimate relations, but now this didn't seem to be the case. I speak the truth. Regardless, we managed to have a rare gathering of fellow Taoists, so we should be joyfully discussing the Tao. How can we face each other with life or death? With hatred, Tugu Yulong said. Wang Shi carried an indifferent smile on her face, lacking warmth, a bit cold. She walked over and said, regardless, this person acted viciously here, killing an important disciple of Jin family, also killing a servant. This is reality. Meanwhile, there are rules in Imperial Pass that one cannot randomly act violently. Those who violate this are committing serious crimes, must pay with their lives, to the extent where it might involve an entire clan. When everyone heard this, They all sucked in a cold breath of air. This woman was so beautiful, white clothes flawless. Yet she was so decisive and ruthless. This was to have Huang die here, even involving all of Stone Clan. At first, no one cared too much because Jin family's disciples had gone too far, humiliating a cultivator who brought back great contributions, killing 10 kings, their words vile. After they were killed, many people even inwardly clapped their hands in joy. However, now that they thought about it, the result really was troublesome. Wang Shi stepped out, directly bringing out the city's regulations, placing Hao in danger. I recall that if one side deliberately provokes, targets, and humiliates another, issuing a challenge, they ought to be executed. This situation is included in this, so there is no crime to speak of. Hao said calmly. Correct. There is this saying. A young lady from Wei family's 4 phoenixes nodded. Since you all took the initiative to provoke him, continuously angering him with your words, wishing for Huang to take action, then he satisfied your desires. They deserve to be killed. Chao Yuxing was not polite at all. Everyone here attests as witnesses that just now, it was that old kid who confronted Hao. The golden little ant pointed at Jin Jifei, making the face of the latter immediately darken. Old man, kid, in the end, even becoming old kid, Jin Jifei had been called too many things today, making him erupt with anger. Moreover, that little bastard kid clearly demanded how to fight against the old kid. Humiliating him, this type of person being killed, in my opinion, completely deserved it, the heavenly horned ant added. In that instant, Wang Shi's expression became cold. Jin Zhan's sword eyebrows stood on end, eyes surging with killing intent. Meanwhile, Jin Jifei's expression became ashen, wishing to immediately act out. Then, based on the regulations, now that Huang killed an important disciple from Jin family, this can be considered provocation as well as fighting against the Jin family. Both sides have to fight it out. Wang Shi said. Correct. Since people already died, then the battle has become a thing. So let's just continue then. Jin Jifei said coldly. Tugu Yulong, Qi Hong, and the 4 phoenixes stopped them again, wishing to advise against it. However, at this time, Hao already walked up himself, laughing loudly, accepting the challenge. Since you want to fight, then I'll accompany you. Just come at me, Hao said. Discussions immediately erupted here, this place becoming noisy, all of their eyes blazing with light, staring forward. One had to know that these two were both unordinary. There was no need to talk about Huang. There was no one who didn't know about him now. Right now, many people wanted to see just how extraordinary he was, just how he killed 10 kings alone. Meanwhile, Jin Jifei was a recently famous well-known genius, only 30-something, yet already entering the self-release realm, having heaven-warping talents. Good. I was waiting for this line from you. I can finally take action. Today, I will suppress you. Jin Jifei roared with laughter, arrogant and in high spirits. Old thing, did you forget about your defeat not too long ago? Kid, you forgot about the pain after your scars healed? Chao Yuxing and the heavenly horned ant spoke up one after another. It could be said that Jin Jifei was feeling completely elated, but his mood was immediately ruined by these 2 lines. There's no rush, one at a time. Once I subdue Huang, I'll settle things with you all, Jin Jifei said. A great battle was on the verge of erupting. Now Tugu Yulong, Qi Hong, and the others no longer stopped them, allowing them to face each other. There was previously an ancient immortal dwelling in Jadefall Island, having some places that are quite special. You can fight the decisive battle on Jadefall Island's Dao platform. This place won't be destroyed then, one of the 4 phoenixes said. Jadefall Dao Arena, it was extremely massive. One could see it even from far away. It was like a broken mountain, the surface smooth, extremely sleek. It was rumored that this was originally a heaven-reaching mountain, but it was cut down, a tree stump-like portion left behind. There was an ancient immortal who was secluded here year-round, which was why as time went on, this place gradually became divine. Even though it was still a mountain, it was already sturdy and unbreaking, difficult to destroy. Even though the ancient immortal had long left, not in this world, it was still incredibly sturdy, difficult for weapons to damage. Is you alone enough? Why don't I allow you to look for helpers? Before arriving to this Dao arena, Hao calmly asked. Since the other party continuously acted insolently, provoking him again and again, wishing to kill him, Hao felt like there was no need to act polite or kind. He directly mocked the other party here. Look, your Jin family and Wang family are joining by marriage, so why don't your two families join up right now? I'll receive you all at the same time. All three of you can come up together, Hao said. He swept his eyes past Jin Jifei, Jin Zhan, and then at Wang Shi, about to fight all three head-on. Jin Zhan's expression was cold. He was praised as the pride of heaven of this generation, at the very forefront of the present world methods, forging a cultivation path while at a cliff, achieving all types of magnificent feats. Who dared look down on him? However now, Huang instead wanted them to join hands, treating them with such disdain, making his expression turn ugly. Wang Shi's red lips were tightly pursed, not saying a word. Younger generation, you can just hand over your life, Jin Jifei said coldly, throwing himself at Hao. Old thing, I'll send you on your way, Hao said, facing him. Jin Jifei's eyes were like blades, a streak of lightning firing out as soon as he opened his mouth. With a wave of his hand, precious light erupted, condensing into a yazi. It opened its bloody mouth, throwing itself towards Hao. Then, the space between his brows also shone, revealing a sword imprint. It was scarlet red like blood, turning into a killing sword hacking down. Sword radiance immediately surged. This was only the beginning, yet he already used 3 types of precious techniques, attacking Hao. Everyone backed up, not daring to approach. Please get on the Dao platform. You cannot fight below, Tugu Yulong shouted. The disciples inside Imperial Pass all carried sentiments towards Jadefall Island. They were born in the pass, grew up in the pass, and this was a rare place with true immortal remains, suspected to be intimately tied to their ancestors. Hong. Hao was simple and direct, his hands forming imprints, producing the Lightning Emperor precious techniques. Dark clouds surged in the sky, water vapor rising, creating a large black expanse. Moreover, during this process, he rose up, continuously forming imprints, making the lightning technique more and more vast. The Lightning Emperor divine ability was unimaginable, especially when it merged with great natural force, now even more terrifying. When it reached its peak, it directly linked up with heavenly tribulation. Hong Long Long, lightning radiance erupted, surging towards Jin Jifei. Both sides had lightning, yet they were different. Hong. Lightning interweaved, the blazing light dazzling, continuously blasting outwards and then dying out. Younger generation, you only have this bit of methods? I'll send you to the next life. Jin Jifei laughed coldly. His power immediately surged, divine might erupting, becoming stronger than before. The lightning he sprayed out from his mouth became even more powerful. The yazi his right hand produced was incomparably valiant, becoming as large as a mountain, immediately opening its mouth to devour Hao. At the same time, the scarlet sword imprint became increasingly astonishing, as if an immortal sword was rumbling. Show! After this attack, Hao rose to the air, arriving on the magnificent Dao platform, landing there. His hands still continuously formed imprints. He didn't give up on the Lightning Emperor method, instead pushing it even further, summoning clouds from all directions, gathering endless lightning, forming a storm in the sky. Everyone was shocked. These methods were extremely terrifying. In that instant, powerful winds swept about, sand and stones flying everywhere. Lightning element was gathered here between heaven and earth, rumbling with noise, the sounds deafening. Back then, Hao had previously fought against Celestial Clan's true deities, using a lower cultivation realm to display a special method of the Lightning Emperor precious technique, joining the power of heaven and earth, producing thunder that was like heavenly tribulation, truly exceeding cultivation realms and killing enemies. Now, what he used was precisely this type of great killing method. Hong. Howling winds swept about, torrential rain poured down, lightning like a sea, immediately engulfing the world, facing Jin Jifei's 3 types of precious techniques. Dark clouds hung low to the ground, pouring down rain, all of them becoming lightning daggers. In that instant, it was just too terrifying, this entire heaven and earth as if controlled by Shurhao. Crazy winds also turned into electrical arcs, blood boundless. A red whirlwind roared about, ravaging the earth. Jin Jifei's expression changed. He originally thought that he could directly suppress Shurhao through the self-severing realm cultivation, never expecting that he would display this type of secret method. This wasn't a person's power. It also included the might of the universe. It was because right now, there was a bit of heavenly tribulation feeling. Jin Jifei really began to wonder if a true heavenly tribulation would descend afterwards, smash down onto him. This is a bit terrifying, to use the Lightning Emperor Precious technique to this level. If one day, he can call down heavenly tribulation at will, then wouldn't that make him the ruler of the universe? There were some people who said quietly, if one reached that step, couldn't he make one face tribulation whenever he pleased? Wiping out a group of enemies would be merely a passing thought. It is rumored that the Lightning Emperor was able to do this back then, grasping the fates of many creatures. However, despite this being the case, he was still killed in battle in the end. Someone said with a sigh. Hong! An intense explosion erupted. The lightning Jin Jifei released from his mouth merged into Shurhao's sea of lightning, becoming its nourishment. As for the Yazi that was produced by his right hand, it was drowned under the sea of lightning, struck by the rain that turned into lightning blades, its entire body scorched black, angry roars endless. Pong! It was extremely terrifying. The Yazi produced by a self-severing realm expert was forcibly blasted to death by lightning, turned into charred coal, and then broken down into bone texts, ultimately exploding. Zhang zhang zhang. Sword cries rose and fell. Light beams overflowed from the space between Jin Jifei's brows, scarlet red like blood. The small sword there continuously shook, hacking out 10,000 streaks of sword radiance. However, after suffering from the lightning, all of the sword energy was also blocked, couldn't go forward. Then they shattered. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. Just how terrifying was Huang's fighting strength. One had to understand that he was an entire great cultivation realm lower than Jin Jifei, yet he could actually compete in strength like this. Lightning Emperor Precious Technique. In the distance, someone said softly, eyes flourishing with light. Kill! Jin Jifei shouted out, a small crimson sword flying out from the space between his brows, immediately entering a sea of lightning, turning into blazing killing light, hacking towards Shurhao. This was a vicious weapon, definitely not as simple as the self-severing realm. Hong! The void collapsed, completely severed by that sword, even the lightning like this hacked apart. A spatial passage was sliced open in the void. Chi! The blood magical sword was like immortal light, undying throughout endless time, arriving forward, directly wishing to take Shurhao's head. So what if it's the Lightning Emperor Precious technique? Your cultivation isn't enough. What can you do to me? Jin Jifei shouted. He rushed over. Meanwhile, the blood sword became even more resplendent, crushing the lightning, about to kill Shurhao. Chong! Right at this time, a draconic cry sounded. Shurhao pulled out the everlasting sword core, not holding back at all, brandishing it at full strength, cutting at the blood-colored divine sword. Everyone only saw a shining white expanse erupt, as if someone was ascending to immortality, and then this place became dim. That was the everlasting sword core, on its special symbols, a human creature ascending to immortality engraved on it. Light specks flickered about, mist pervading the air. At this time, the sword core displayed might, this symbol appearing, dazzling like a true immortal as it rose up, blinding everyone's eyes. Together with the lightning flickering outside, many people couldn't even see clearly. Kacha! The blood-colored divine sword was hacked through. It was originally a terrifying vicious weapon, but at this moment, it broke into 2 pieces, landing on the ground. The everlasting sword core never displayed shocking killing intent, but if a powerful enough weapon attacked it, it would automatically retaliate, strike back. Jin Jifei was alarmed. An extremely important precious artifact of his was destroyed just like that. Sure Hao put away the sword core, fighting against him barehandedly, using precious techniques. Lightning is ineffective against me. Jin Jifei laughed coldly, throwing himself over. He crossed the lightning, because he could tell that heavenly tribulation hadn't appeared. Chi. At the same time, Jin Jifei activated a type of special ancient method. The outside of his body was bathed in a layer of golden light, divine and dignified, both hands merging together, hacking forward. This is Jin family's extreme art. An immortal Dao magical imprint, someone said with shock. Jin family had produced a true immortal before. How could an unmatched divine ability be lacking among the inheritances that were passed down? Now he displayed it, wishing to directly wipe out Sure Hao. Right now, golden light flowed. It was as if a set of armor was applied to the outside of Jin Jifei's body. Unbreakable. When his hands merged, it was as if immortal mountains smashed together, erupting with endless light. That place was too brilliant. As he moved forward, lightning was scattered even more, forced back. Hong! This immortal Dao magical imprint was too domineering, splitting the skies, making primal chaos erupt. It surrounded Sure Hao beneath, about to crush him to death. You are a cultivation realm inferior, Dao far from being enough. How could you contend against me? Suppress and kill, Jin Jifei shouted. Sure enough, when the lightning scattered, it was as if Sure Hao was completely unprotected. He directly rushed over. 6 Dao reincarnations. Sure Hao used the ancient heavenly art, not holding back, displaying it here. Supreme Hall's extreme art, someone said quietly, inwardly shaken. Hong Longlong, fighting the strong as the weak. After Sure Hao displayed the ancient heavenly art, he tore through the sky dome, time fragments flying about. 6 gates opened, about to swallow up Jin Jifei inside. Break for me! Jin Jifei roared, his hands merging together. Immortal Dao aura pervaded the air. This was a precious technique established by a true immortal. Behind him, there was actually a giant figure that appeared, precious appearance dignified, about to suppress and kill Sure Hao with Jin Jifei. Then, he continuously changed. The magical imprint was massive, blasting apart the heavenly dome, transforming the immortal Dao method into an ancient heavenly art. Jin family's ancient heavenly art. Vajra immortal heavenly art, Tugu Yulong said with a light sigh, feeling deep shock towards this extreme art. Jin Jifei was like a great guardian deity, body shining, as if cast from golden, power unstoppable. Apart from this, his figure also became more concentrated, as if a Vajra immortal was reviving, about to sweep through all enemies in this world. The two types of ancient heavenly arts smashed together, erupting with heaven overflowing energy. The Vajra immortal behind Jin Jifei took a step, overlooking all things, showing disdain to the world, wishing to tear apart the 6 Dao reincarnation's door. It allowed the fragments of time to hack at him, remaining unbreaking. It was just too terrifying. Many people's fine hairs standing on end. Was this the inheritance of a true immortal? The methods that were established were too terrifying. Hong! An explosion sounded, the 6 Dao reincarnation gates disappearing. At the same time, the Vajra immortal was also blasted apart, turning into waves of energy, becoming symbols, and then scattering. This type of attack was too terrifying, heaven and earth shaking intensely, as if they were going to be destroyed as well. Sure Hao flew outwards, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. He was injured. However, no one felt that he was weak, all of them instead extremely shocked. He was actually fighting against a self-severing realm genius with a lower cultivation realm, yet he endured the other side's attack. On the other side, Jin Jifei also stepped backwards, blood flowing out from the corners of his lips, dripping down, his expression complicated. He was a heaven-warping figure, grew up while bathed in divine glory. He understood well how great of a difference a great cultivation realm was, but right now the other party actually didn't die from this attack of his. This was especially the case when he used the clan's sect-protecting extreme art, the Vajra Immortal Heavenly Art, yet it still couldn't kill his opponent. Supreme Hall is mysterious and terrifying after all. This bloodline's heavenly art is more powerful than Vajra Immortal Ancient Heavenly Art. Or else how could Huang fight the strong as the weak? Someone said with a sigh. You are wrong, it is Huang who is strong enough himself. What is unmatched is not the method, but the person. There was another who disagreed. Next time, there won't be anything unexpected. It is time to end this. Suppress and kill. Jin Jifei shouted, preparing to use his family's supreme extreme art again. The Vajra Immortal Heavenly Art. You're right, next time, nothing unexpected will happen. It is time to end things. Hao also said. Genie Jifei's pupils contracted, becoming on guard. However, he still had confidence, shouting, self-severing realm, can even sever the true self. Let alone some external enemy or thing, all of it can die. All methods, all creatures, everything will be destroyed, old foes, present world enemies, everything will disappear. He roared out, aura devouring mountains and rivers, pushing the Vajra Immortal Ancient Heavenly Art to the extreme. Golden light suddenly erupted, as if he was an undying great guardian deity. Magical force shocking the world as he rushed at Hao. Hong. However, immediately afterwards, regardless of whether it was the ground or the sky, lightning covered everything, interweaving here densely. Hao stood at the center, impervious to all methods, bathing in terrifying lightning radiance, towering like a solitary immortal, aloof and otherworldly, spiritual and fleeting. Little uncle, not good. He comprehended the lightning emperor's highest profound mysterious, producing a heavenly tribulation, producing it based on your magical body. Hurry and retreat! Jin Zhan roared out, feeling a bit anxious. Everyone was stupefied. There really was someone who could bring about heavenly tribulation. This was too terrifying. If one grasped this method, who would be able to match them under the sky? Everyone would be blasted to death. Grasping lightning tribulation. Just how inconceivable of a thing was this? That was the power of nature, force of heaven immeasurable. It was as if a sword of death was raised high up above the head of a cultivator. Once it descended, it would most likely cut them down. Now, there was someone who was urging it, trying to trigger heavenly tribulation. This was definitely a great matter, leaving everyone horrified. This was simply the embodiment of the ruler of the world. By grasping heavenly punishment, the creatures of this world could all be controlled. Impossible! I don't believe it, Jin Jifei said with a sunken voice. He formed imprints, entire body shining, as if he was covered in divine gold, raising his condition to the absolute peak. Kacha! Above Hao's head, lightning poured down like a waterfall, making Hao's area appear mysterious. Wisps of primal chaos swirled about, an utterly terrifying scene produced. Then, lightning swept about like boundless waves, illuminating the heavenly dome, especially brilliant. Hao stood in the sea of lightning, his entire being looking like a war immortal. There was a wave of austere might in the air as well. His head of dark long black hair soaked in lightning, becoming a light golden. His appearance became more and more imposing, as if a distant giant was rising up, one who possessed incomparable fighting strength. Putting on such a display, even someone like you thinks he can grasp lightning tribulation, as if you can be the spokesperson for the Lord of the Cosmos? Die! Jin Jifei roared out. His arms moved, golden light even more so flourishing on the surface of his body, turning into an angry Vajra. Immortal Tao aura pervaded the air, as if there was a great Vajra immortal reviving, appearing in this world again. Revive! The immortal blood of my ancestors that flow through my body. Stir on the unmatched immortal Tao magical imprint. You are eternally within my blood. Please kill all of the enemies. Jin Jifei released a low roar, his voice as if originating from the underworld. Extremely strange, as if he was chanting an ancient curse, summoning a creature. Even though he said he didn't believe Hao could control heavenly tribulation, He was still shaken up inside, not looking down on the other party at all, instead attaching great importance to him, even using his clan's restricted power. Oh! The guardian deity roared. Many specks of light shone in Jin Jifei's body, linking up together, as if an ancient immortal was rising up from the dead, releasing endless light, accompanied by a mysterious rain of brilliance. Go to hell! Jin Jifei shouted, using everything he had, summoning this wave of power, using the most terrifying magical imprint to attack Xianxia. Everyone held their breaths. This battle had reached its crucial point. Go! Right at this moment, Xianxia released a light shout, raising his finger and pointing out. It wasn't that intimidating or fierce, but there was a type of indescribable domineering might. As he pointed out, a lightning wave surged behind him, as if a dam was broken, a mountain torrent bursting, roaring forth. Ka! This type of lightning was too terrifying, as if all hell was breaking loose, making everyone's souls tremble. Several different colored lightnings surged out, facing Jin Jifei. Golden thunder pure and holy, black thunder cold and gloomy, purple lightning noble, silver lightning chilly, blood lightning strange. They all interweaved, the scene horrifying. Hong! Jin Jifei's magical imprint smashed out. Immortal light swirled within his body, forming an indistinct divine core, as if it was being birthed, wishing to struggle free. That type of might was too terrifying. This attack directly made the heavenly dome explode. Jin Jifei's imposing manner was threatening, magical imprint like a mountain, heavy and majestic, continuously enlarging, crushing towards Xianxia. Only, as the different colored lightning rivers roared over, everything underwent change. Both sides smashed together incredibly fierce, as if the world was being destroyed. Ah! Many people cried out, eyes stinging. They had no choice but to close their eyes, because the radiance that was produced was too blinding, making it hard for one to directly look at it. Soon afterwards, tears of blood flowed out from a few young cultivators' eyes, their eyes burned by the lightning radiance and immortal Tao imprint's light, becoming lightly injured. Impossible! Jin Jifei released a low roar in the lightning, entire body in intense pain, electrical radiance burning his body, immediately making him release a muffled groan. Ah! Soon afterwards, Jin Jifei screamed out, because this really was heavenly tribulation, descending specially for dealing with his magical body. Normal lightning was something many cultivators could use. Meanwhile, the archaic Swan and I, Lightning Luan, and others could even more so display extremely profound electrical radiance to hack down all enemies, overlook the masses proficient in lightning Tao methods. Only those types of lightning were completely different from heavenly tribulation. This was simply unimaginable. A young man actually able to soar on lightning methods, grasping a heavenly tribulation method. Ah! Jin Jifei roared, enduring too much pain. Heavenly tribulation was unavoidable. No matter how one tried to run, it would still find you. This was also the difference between this and the other profound lightning Tao precious methods. One could see the lightning form a great wave, crash down again and again, smashing down, drowning Jin Jifei underneath, continuously smashing against him, blasting at his body. He struggled about there, his face even distorted, entire body scorched black, as if he became a charred wooden stake. The young cultivators who saw this scene all shivered inwardly. This really was heavenly tribulation. Someone reaching this step, artificially deriving it to this point, it was just too inconceivable. This was like a legend among legends, unimaginable. Everyone finally understood how unordinary Huang was, even grasping a heavenly tribulation method. No wonder he could kill 10 kings from the young generation's supreme beings, truly worthy of his reputation. In the present world, normal people couldn't cross tribulation at all. It wasn't that they weren't strong, but rather that it just didn't descend. It was because after Immortal ancient war, this realm was blasted apart into the 9 heavens and 10 earths with 10 ancient lands, the world damaged, cultivation lightning tribulation thus no longer appearing. This looked like it was good for cultivators, protecting them, but in reality, this was a sign of weakening, possibly making all creatures' growth slow down, unable to reach the heights they originally ought to reach. Only through grinding will one become sturdy, become even stronger. Without the lightning baptism, without the tribulation's test, it would make generation after generation of creatures weaken. In this world, there were some people who tried to find methods to incur tribulation, and there were still methods to do so, but of course one had to be powerful enough themselves. Otherwise, the results would be extremely bad, because this type of proactively guiding down heavenly tribulation that originally shouldn't have appeared would trigger all types of unknown anger, bringing down lightning far exceeding what one could handle. It could be said that doing this would be the same as inevitable death. Not many people could make it through. Jin Jifei was the genius of a generation, so he naturally tried it before. He was previously hacked until his entire body was scorched black. But fortunately, he lived, so he understood well just how terrifying it was. This was especially the case after his strength grew. The lightning tribulation he had to face would become even more terrifying. The further along one went, the harder it was to calmly cross it. He was sure that after the self-severing realm, there was no way for him to make it through unharmed. If he faced it head-on, he would die. It was because the environment of this world had changed greatly. This type of lightning tribulation exceeded normal electrical radiance, the entire world boundless. Not many creatures in the self-severing realm could make it through. That was why Jin Jifei became scared for the first time. Little uncle, hurry and fully activate the immortal blood. Don't hesitate. Completely revive it. Jin Zhan shouted from the back, feeling worry, fearing that he would be killed here. Only doing things like this would result in paying a huge price, because what was used was a portion of the finest blood essence in his body, something that was passed down from immortal Tao ancestors. It could be said that the wisps of immortal blood, even though it was pitifully thin and few, for certain heaven-warping figures, it was even more important than life. Once it was activated, this type of true blood burned, then one would at the very least suffer a great sickness. Cultivators wouldn't get sick, because they long separated themselves from mortals. Once this type of thing happened, it was definitely because something really bad happened to the body, divine power weakening, spiritual senses declining. Moreover, bones, roots, and other things might also be destroyed, damaging one's aptitude. The wisps of immortal blood were one of the reasons for his heaven-defying talents. Once it was lost, the consequences would be unimaginable. Huang, you've angered me. Jin Jifei released a low roar, hollering like a wounded beast. He struggled in the electrical radiance, raising his hands and beating his chest. This time, his entire body flowed with mysterious light specks, extremely mottled, colors different. Those were wisps of immortal blood being operated, reviving. Moreover, this wasn't just using them, but rather extremely extravagantly burning them, everything for the sake of preserving his life. Chi! At this moment, several hundred specks of light shot out from Jin Jifei's body, interconnecting outside his body, forming a layer of mysteria and mottled divine clothes, covering his body. Everyone was stupefied. Vajra Immortal's inheritance was terrifying after all, having this type of strange method. Immortal blood could be summoned and turned into this type of defense. Hong! At this moment, when lightning descended, it was blocked by that layer of divine clothes, unable to harm Jin Jifei's body, making that scorched black body stabilize. Huang, I want to see what else you can bring out to contend against me, Jin Jifei shouted, beyond angry. His entire body was in scorching pain, the lightning like immortal flames, almost roasting him to death. Everyone was shocked. The divine clothes covering his body were too strange, forcing the lightning back, making heavenly tribulation hesitate, no longer that fierce. Even though it landed on the surface, it would still be scattered. In that instant, Jin Jifei was safe, no longer being corroded by heavenly tribulation. Even heavenly tribulation could be forced back. This was like something out of a fantasy story. I am going to kill you. This time, even though Jin Jifei's body was scorched black, in a bit of a sorry state, he leapt out, rushing at sure how. Be careful, Chao Yuxing shouted. Thing who doesn't want any face. An old man in the self-severing realm trying to bully a youngster. Huang, hurry and evade. The lunar jade rabbit also came, just in time to see the scene, loudly shouting out. There were some others who shouted in warning. All those who were close to Hao were incredibly worried. Jin Jifei could even avoid heavenly tribulation, paying the price of igniting immortal blood, possessing inconceivable secret force. It was clear that this was extremely disadvantageous to Hao. Hao stood in the sea of lightning, black hair scattering about, dyed a light golden by the electrical radiance. His entire body was shining, divine and untainted, as if a true immortal descended into this world. He wasn't shocked in the slightest, extremely still and peaceful. It was to the extent where he was a bit terrifyingly calm. The current him was aloof, transcendent, standing in the heavenly tribulation, impervious to all methods, not affected by anything, full of auspicious radiance. Heavenly tribulation is not something any creature can escape, can only be faced. You come and face the tribulation. If you can't cross it, then just return to yellow earth in this turbulent world of mortals. Hao said calmly. While speaking, he raised his hand, still pointing out. An expanse of heavenly tribulation lightning flew out, blasting Jin Jifei's body, leaving him greatly shaken. Jin Jifei's expression immediately changed, but he quickly calmed down again, roaring with laughter. It is still ineffective against me, can't injure me. Do you have any other methods? At this moment, his expression became cold, killing intent surging, saying, I'll send you to the afterlife. People who underestimate heavenly tribulation only have death waiting for them. Hao said. Hong. His right hand grabbed towards the sea of lightning. The distant lightning cloud was ruptured, producing a simple and ancient-looking pool, as if it had existed for endless years. An aura of great changes blasted over. It's a lightning pool, but it is dried up. No lightning tribulation liquid inside. Many people cried out in alarm. This type of legendary thing appeared. Collect! Hao released a short shout. The simple and ancient-looking lightning pool shone, forming a wave of undefiable power, sucking Jin Jifei inside. Ah no! Jin Jifei cried out, struggling about there. It was because he discovered that the divine clothes on his body were breaking apart, disappearing. He was hacked by lightning again, entire body about to fall apart. Hao arrived by the lightning pool's side. His right hand shone, surging with a streak of resplendent lightning that changed into a long blade. He held a lightning war blade in his hand, bringing it down fiercely. With a pu sound, Jin Jifei's head was removed, drawing forth a gush of blood. Find a jug. If he isn't humanoid, then marinate him into food, Hao said. Jin Jifei had his head removed just like that, making everyone feel headaches. A heaven-warping figure was beheaded just like that. It truly was shocking. Hao carried the slightly scorched black head that had been hacked by lightning. The hair was in a mess, and it was flowing with blood. A blade hacked down, removing the head, the victory just this thorough. This scene left every young cultivator greatly alarmed. How extraordinary was Jin Jifei? He was a well-known young expert from Jin family in recent times, potential powerful. He crossed lightning tribulation. Yet in the end, he was still defeated today, his head removed. Right now, the scenery was incredibly frightening, making one sigh inwardly. Worthy of being Huang, someone who slaughtered 10 kings in Great Scarlet Sky Border. There was a good reason behind this feat, and now his strength was proven. Only his words, finding an altar to cook Jin Jifei's body, it really did ruin his heroic appearance a bit. Ah! Jin Zhan roared, entire body surging with bone texts, as if great Tao flowers were erupting, terrifying and surging into the heavens. He pressed forward, about to take action, carry out a battle to the death with Hao. Don't force him to do the killing blow. Eighth uncle is not dead yet. Wang Shi said quietly, advising Jin Zhan. Jin Zhan was the pride of heaven of this generation, moving unhindered wherever he went, always sweeping through all before him. When had he seen this scene before? Someone cutting down his clan uncle before his face. Hey, I have a jar here. Start the marination, turn it into bacon. With the great dark age impending, This type of meat will definitely be much rare, so we have to eat it sparingly. The golden little ant shouted. With a so sound, it flung over a jar. I have one here too. A large-sized jade jug, perfect for refining self-severing realm divine meat. The lunar jade rabbit shouted, waving a large container with all her strength. Even though she was a little girl, her display really wasn't pure and innocent. Everyone was speechless when they saw them, observing a moment of silence of Jin Jifei, for his misfortune of provoking this group of people. He actually wanted to kill Huang, and now he was instead treated like food. Are you human form or not? If I look at you like this, it really does make me feel a bit gloomy. Hurry and make him return to his original form. See if he is a mule or horse. Chao Yuxing also heckled. It was because they were extremely dissatisfied with Jin family and Wang family. These two clans were overbearing, opposing Shi Hao, wishing for him to die here. Now that they captured an important figure, they naturally wouldn't hold back on their ridicule. Courting death. Jin Zhan released a low roar. He couldn't remain calm, completely different from his normal calm self. Right now, he wanted to take action, suppress these people, desiring to fight a decisive battle against Shi Hao. Pang! Right at this time, an elder appeared, grabbing his arm and saying, "You cannot take action, because you can only win, cannot be defeated. You must establish an undying golden body of the number one in the younger generation." 12th uncle. Wang Shi spoke up, offering her respects. This was someone from Wang family, a member of their clan's direct line of descent, strength extremely great. He personally came to stop Jin Zhan. It was clear to see that the two clans had always paid close attention to Shi Hao, every action he made in their view. Otherwise, there was no way he could have appeared so quickly. Jin Zhan's expression was discontent, saying, "Don't tell me you think I would be scared of him? Worthy youngster, I know you possess heaven-warping talent, without equal among your peers, but this Huang is also deep and immeasurable. Just now, his domineering might could be seen, truly possessing an immortal Dao aura. If two tigers fight, one will inevitably be injured. If you fight against him, you might be able to win, but it isn't guaranteed, not necessarily able to completely overwhelm him. If you pay the price for doing so, then it wouldn't be worth it." The elder explained. "Don't take action for now," Wang Shi also advised. The two clans wanted to build up Jin Zhan to become the number one person of the younger generation, make his name resound under the sky, rule over the younger generation, and then use this as the reason to command the 9 heavens. Right now, Jin Zhan definitely couldn't make any mistakes, couldn't be defeated. Everyone could see Shi Hao's display just now, actually grasping heavenly tribulation. This exceeded their previous evaluation, a bit too terrifying. If Jin Zhan stepped up, he might not necessarily be able to win. Wayaya, an old kid, was cut down, and now a real old man came. Is this even the distinguished meeting of the younger generation anymore? Don't tell me there'll even be old people competing? The little rabbit cried out strangely. The atmosphere was originally extremely tense, but when everyone heard this, they all released snickers. Wang family and Jin family's people's expressions were naturally unpleasant, looking at her coldly. "Worthy youngster, there is no need to feel anger. I am not even angry, so you must remain calm," the elder said. Jin Zhan's face was incredibly overcast. "I really wish to kill Huang right now. If I don't have this confidence, then what fighting for the position of unmatched in the world is there to talk about?" When he saw his own clan uncle's head removed by Shi Hao, holding it in his hands, his eyes became even colder. He wanted to slaughter his way over himself. "Don't move, let me." At this time, another elder appeared. It was someone from Jin family, magical force extremely profound, silently taking form here. "Fifth grandfather," Jin Zhan cried out. This was his 5th grandfather, bloodline extremely close, as well as Jin Jifei Sr. He actually came here, expression extremely overcast. "Waha! What is going on today? Are old men going to start a meeting? Why did one come after the next? Just what kind of meeting is this? Are old farts going to clash?" The little rabbit mocked. Her large ruby-like eyes were looking all over the place, trying to figure out what was going on. However, there was no way such a thing would be happening. Precisely. Why don't we all just return? Everyone invite a few of our clan uncles and clan grandpas to have them baby us at our side. This way we can just move unhindered through the world, unmatched under the heavens. Whoever dares to oppose, then that dad or grandpa can just take action. Remain supreme in this world. Chao Yuxing's mouth was never kind and honest. Haha. If this was the case, then you guys should have brought some clan grannies too. That way, nothing would be missing. The golden little ant joined in on the mockery. Roars of laughter immediately sounded here, everyone unable to hold themselves back. Jean Zhan's face was ice cold, sweeping them coldly over those people. Wang Shi's expression was cold as well, not saying a single word. The two elders both revealed killing intent. This was unforgivable. They came precisely for this place, so there was no way they could withdraw now. Seniors, this is a distinguished meeting of younger generation today. I do not believe you two were invited. The owner of the Five Spirits War Chariot Qihong spoke up. Tugu Yulong also walked out, similarly expressing this intent. They didn't wish for this place to become complicated, provoking great powers old monsters into interfering. Worthy youngster, this matter cannot be reconciled any further. Huang is too arrogant. Removing my clan disciple's head, it can be considered vicious and merciless. There needs to be an explanation. Jean Zhan's fifth grandfather stepped out. Brother Huang, could you forgive Jean Zhifei? Let him go? Tuoba Yulong pleaded for leniency. Everyone's eyes moved towards Shihao. The sea of lightning didn't disappear, still surging. The simple and ancient pond was extremely intimidating. This was a lightning pool, containing heaven and earth power. In the lightning pool, Jean Zhifei's body became a piece of charred coal, long refined by the lightning pool, thoroughly destroyed. Only a head remained, carried in Shihao's hands by the hair bun. In the lightning radiance, his face was full of unwillingness, humiliation, and shock. He couldn't accept this defeat. He was still alive, at the very least, his head still remained, primordial spirit still preserved. Only, there was no way for his primordial spirit to escape, forcefully imprisoned in his skull. At the same time, there were two jars that weren't too far off. The heavenly horned ant and lunar jade rabbit really brought over two jars. I am going to explode from anger. Jean Zhifei recovered. He couldn't help but release a roar from his soul. Hurry up and reveal your original form already. Shihao wasn't polite. When he saw him roar, he gave him two large slaps across the face. The noise loud and clear. Everyone was stupefied. A heaven-warping geniuses actually fell to this type of state. It really left one speechless. I am an extremely straightforward person. If anyone wants to kill me, then I won't waste words, and I don't want to either. I'll just directly remove your head, Shihao said coldly. Within me flows immortal blood. How could it have failed to protect me? This shouldn't have happened. It was as if Jean Zhifei was possessed. His divine consciousness talking to himself. Just a bit, not even half a drop in total, yet you even dare to claim to be able to force back heavenly tribulation? Moreover, with so many generations passed already, whether there was that bit of true immortal blood or not is even up for debate. Shihao said coldly. Tuoba Yulong, Qihong, and the others were not far out. They looked at Shihao, pleading him for leniency again. In the battle of desolate border, enemies of the foreign side surround us. No experts should die in the city, but should rather join the war and fight outside the pass. Cannot be expended like this. Brother Huang, please just show mercy. Let him obtain merit in the battlefield. Qihong said. Shihao didn't immediately kill Jean Zhifei, he also had similar ideas. This matter is not finished. Jean Zhan's fifth grandfather said coldly. When he saw Jean Zhifei's body destroyed, he laughed coldly, staring at Shihao, not wishing to let him go. Old things, are you all still not finished? After one is killed, another jumps out. You all should have just jumped in together so I can just get this over with. Shihao said. How unbridled. At this time, Wang Shi's grandfather spoke, moreover taking the initiative to attack. A large hand reached out like lightning, wishing to suppress Shi Hao. He was not a self-severing realm cultivator who had just entered this realm, his strength deep and profound. Shi Hao didn't feel any fear at all. He released a light scoff, and then that lightning pool not far from him directly shone, quickly rushing over, facing that large hand. Pa! Lightning radiance interweaved. That large hand was immediately scorched black, and then it exploded. Ah, you! Wang Shi's grandfather screamed miserably, inwardly shaken. The rumors around the lightning pool weren't fake after all, actually destroying an arm of his. The people watching were even more shocked. An older generation actually couldn't block this type of terrifying lightning either, suffering serious injuries. From the looks of it, you all can't accept this. In that case, all of you can just come over together, Shi Hao said. He stirred on the lightning pool, attacking at Jin family's elder. Kacha! Lightning radiance overflowed. Jin family's elder was shocked and furious, quickly backing up, actually not daring to face it head-on. Everyone was alarmed. Huang was actually powerful to this extent, forcing back well-known older generation figures, strength too shockingly powerful. Today's matter, how about we just end it here? One of the four phoenixes said, trying to mediate things. I have no complaints. When he said this, Shi Hao threw that head out, saying, remember, your head is mine, so go fight on the battlefield obediently, kill a few more enemies. Otherwise, I will come for it. You. Jin Jifei was ashamed and humiliated, and then he directly fainted. His vitality was greatly injured. Unless there were heavenly treasures used to help him recover, his cultivation would be greatly affected. It was because he burned up quite a bit of the immortal blood in his body. I want to kill him. In the back, Jin Zhan spoke up. However, this time, the two elders stopped him together, not allowing him to act recklessly. Since there is nothing else, then please go away. I've gained some realizations, obtained many insights into the Lightning Emperor Precious technique. I also just happened to bring down heavenly tribulation, so I wish to study and face tribulation in seclusion. Shi Hao said. Lightning Emperor Precious technique's profound mysteries gave him enlightenment. Moreover, deriving a lightning pool, extremely mysterious and shocking. His benefits were astonishing. Now he was going to face tribulation himself. Shi Hao sat down in the air, still comprehending various things about the lightning pool, pondering over various issues regarding the control of heavenly tribulation. Thinking deeply, comprehending, cultivating in seclusion in heavenly tribulation. Huang's display left many people stupefied, great waves stirring within their minds. After gaining a flash of realization, Huang entered seclusion here, about to face tribulation himself. Everyone was shocked. Just how freakish was this? Crossing cultivation realms, removing Jin Jifei's head, obtaining a great victory, and then about to guide down lightning tribulation to refine his body. Worthy of being Huang. He slaughtered out a great reputation in Great Scarlet Sky Border. Sweeping through foreign enemies, it is normal for him to have this type of unmatched might. Only, is he really going to face heavenly tribulation? At that level, especially with how extraordinary he is, once he does it, he might bring down those legendary types of tribulation. It will be unimaginable, with danger of having his true body destroyed at every turn. While many people were feeling shocked, there were many who felt worry for him as well. It was because once one reached this cultivation realm, facing tribulation was no small matter, almost impossible to make it through. Heavenly tribulations would become endlessly more terrifying as one's cultivation realm increases, more difficult the further one went. This was especially the case with heaven and earth environment changing. There was already no lightning tribulation in this world. Forcefully guiding it would provoke power exceeding what there originally should be. There was a 99% chance of him dying here. Shi Hao, be careful, your talents are exceptional, potential great. Once you guide down the tribulation, you might provoke a great tribulation that might be within the top 3 most dangerous. If that happens, you won't be able to make it through, Chao Yuxing reminded. This was a fact. Once the most powerful types of heavenly tribulation appeared, perhaps one might just die without a burial ground. Even if the current Hao looked like he grasped lightning tribulation, using it for himself when it was himself facing it, it was a completely different matter. It was just as he said himself, heavenly tribulation couldn't be avoided. One had to truly face it, forcefully make it through. I know, Hao said. At the same time, he produced a few things, calling forth heavenly tribulation, making Chao Yuxing, heavenly horned ant, and others help him by taking them. There were 2 head ornaments, a piece of smooth rock and a curled-up golden sphere. Others didn't know what these things were, but the lunar jade rabbit and others did. These were 2 creatures. The first was the divine striking stone. After eating too many heaven-defying things, it fell asleep, currently transforming, for example, all magic stone, heaven's mandate stone, every one of them shocking. They all shocked the world under the sky, supreme treasures even true immortals could use to refine into weapons, but in the end, it directly ate them. During the past few years, the time it spent awake was limited, evolving this entire time. The latter, the curled-up golden sphere, was the Emperor Butterfly. Ever since 4 years ago, when it encountered the corpse of that ancient Emperor Butterfly in immortal battlefield remains, it obtained great natural luck. The essence energy the ancient butterfly left behind was all absorbed by it, and then it formed a cocoon, no longer displaying any activity. These 2 Felis origins were both extraordinary, potential limitless. Kacha. Immediately afterwards, the sky full of lightning disappeared, and then there was a loud noise. The sky then became clear and boundless. Wasn't Huang going to face tribulation? Why did all of the lightning disappear? Everyone was shocked. Hao closed his eyes, thinking to himself. The various marvels of the lightning pool appeared in his mind. His comprehension was extremely deep, diligently studying. Back then, how did the lightning emperor control heavenly tribulation, use this to carry out judgment on all? Of course, there were those who said that even though the lightning emperor's magical force was matchless, when it came to punishing all creatures, he had only just stepped into this domain, not fully grasping it. The lightning emperor's dominance laid in his matchless fighting strength, incomparable heroicness, not truly becoming the ruler of heavenly tribulation. He had only begun to step foot into this field. It was rumored that this was precisely the reason why many creatures of this world were alarmed, especially the other side. When they learned about this ability of his, they joined up, surrounding him to wipe him out. Otherwise, if the lightning emperor truly succeeded, that would simply be unimaginable. He might become a realm lord, unmatched from past to present. Unfortunately, the lightning emperor's path was full of brilliance. Originally able to step into an unimaginable level, previously should have been high up above, but fell ahead of time. Suddenly, a lightning pool mysteriously appeared, extremely faint, and also quite small, arriving before the space between Hao's brows. It was only an inch in size, continuously bobbing up and down, releasing strand after strand of chaotic energy. There were also specks of lightning radiance that flowed out from the simple and unadorned pool, making the space between Hao's brows brilliant. Everyone was shocked. What was this? There was no thunder, nor was there heaven-covering lightning. So how could a pool of lightning have appeared, moreover this small? What happened? This person cannot be left alive. In the distance, Wang Shi's grandfather said quietly, transmitting sound to those at his side. He was shocked and scared. This young man was actually able to do this much. He is comprehending the Tao, visualizing it, and then reconstructing the lightning pool. Jin Zhan's grandfather spoke, revealing what was really happening. This was an extremely terrifying matter. Could it be that Huang truly wanted to become the Lord of Heavenly Tribulation, seize control over this world's divine punishment? In a few people's eyes, the reason why he was able to succeed just now was partly because of his own abilities, and also because of a type of opportunity, but some of it also exceeded his own skill. However now, he was going to really turn that small possibility of success into his own ability. This was extremely terrifying. We cannot let this continue. Stop him. We can't let him completely succeed, or else things will be extremely troublesome in the future. Since you have decided to make yourself my clan's enemy, then we might just have to cut your path short. Wang Shi's grandfather's eyes released cold light. From this, one could see that in his heart, personal grudges were greater than the grand situation, already setting the resolution to kill Shi Hao. This isn't too good, right? Everyone is still watching. If we interfere, our Wang family will be in quite the sorry state. Wang, she said, child, there is no need to be this kind. There are some people who, if not eliminated sooner, will definitely become a great disaster. Moreover, we naturally have methods, so there is no need to worry about it. How can we possibly be exposed? Wang Shi's grandfather said, eyes malicious, sneering endlessly. If we want to kill him, why is there a need to do this? In a bit, I'll just fight him in the heavenly tribulation. It's not like I never crossed it before, Jin Zhan said coldly. He was known as the pride of heaven of a generation, precisely because he had crossed the Void Dao realm's great tribulation, moreover powerfully crossing without paying too great of a price. That day, all of the teachers and students saw it with their own eyes. In the final moments, he directly sat down, absorbed the remaining lightning to refine his true body. It was precisely that great heavenly tribulation that made his name resound throughout the world. That was one of the most formidable types of heavenly tribulation throughout history in his cultivation realm, enough to be ranked within the top 3, yet he powerfully charged through, all of it absorbed by him in the end. How could all sides not be shocked? Jin Zhan didn't fear heavenly tribulation, which was why he always wanted to rush straight into the sea of lightning and take Shi Hao's head. Let's see if the tribulation he faces is within the top 3. If not, then his potential isn't even comparable to Jin family's Qilin child. Perhaps no need to use any methods. Jin Zhan's grandfather said. Hong. Right at this time, a streak of thunder hacked down from above. Endless electrical radiance erupted. The source of this was the space between Shi Hao's brows. The square-inch lightning pool exploded there, tens of thousands of streaks of auspicious radiance appearing. There was even more so endless lighting that erupted. What happened? Did Huang encounter some type of trouble? Many people were shocked. This was targeting the space between his brows. If his frontal bone was penetrated, the consequences would be too horrible to contemplate. Overestimating his own abilities, vainly trying to become Lord of Heavenly Tribulation, he most likely suffered a disaster himself. There were a few people who carried malice, continuously laughing coldly inside. Jin family and Wang family's people also stared in that direction, looking forward to the result. Soon afterwards, lightning clouds scattered, electrical light disappearing. One could see that Shi Hao was still sitting there, not injured, his body accompanied by auspicious energy. Moreover, right between his brows, streak after streak of electrical light flew towards that direction, condensing into a small lighting pool imprint, situated right at the center of the frontal bone. That imprint was mysterious, extremely intimidating, making the originally delicate and handsome Shi Hao exude an imposing aura. Only through gaining insights, obtaining great returns can this type of imprint appear, Tugu Yulong said quietly, feeling greatly shaken inside. The master of the 5 spirits war chariot Qihong, Wei family's 4 phoenixes, 10 crown king, exiled immortal, Shi Yi, great Su Tuo, and little Sky King's expressions all became serious. None of them had underestimated Shi Hao, but when they now saw this scene, they still couldn't help but feel shock. This really was freakish. In this short amount of time, he already completely comprehended the Tao, his benefits great. Then Shi Hao opened his eyes. They were extremely deep and also extremely calm. He didn't move at all, looking towards the sky, gazing upwards. Everyone knew that his Tao comprehension had finished, his understanding extremely deep. Now, he was going to start guiding down lightning tribulation to refine his real body. At this moment, heaven and earth were quiet, everyone silently watching. The distinguished meeting between geniuses was temporarily forgotten, everyone looking towards the youngster at the center of the arena. The atmosphere was a bit tense, many people able to sense that there was something above the sky dome. It was going to descend, wishing to devour all life. What kind of heavenly tribulation was this exactly? Why did it give people this type of strange feeling, actually going to swallow up everyone, as if it was a living creature? It is starting. The 5 spirits war chariots owner Qihong said quietly. It was because something appeared in the sky, and then quickly fell, descending here. What is that? Many people were stupefied, feeling that this was inconceivable. The scene was grand. A majestic dark figure descended from above. Has heavenly tribulation arrived? However, everyone was still a bit confused. These were continents, one after another, dark and massive, vast and boundless. A savage and uncivilized aura surged outwards. What was going on? Everyone was shocked, stupefied. Wasn't he going to guide down heavenly tribulation? Why did so many continents silently appear, descend from the heavens? Every single one was extremely large, as if there was no limit to them. The tribulation process was hindered? Or is this to say that he wanted to guide down heavenly tribulation, but failed in the end? Someone said quietly. Even Wang Shi's grandfather was staring at this, revealing a strange expression. There was no heavenly tribulation that descended. What is this fella doing? Is he deliberately making things more confusing? Regardless, everyone was still extremely shocked. Where did these continents come from? They were just too massive, majestic, and limitless. No end in sight. Quite a few people were confused. Where was the heavenly tribulation? With Huang's aptitude, he could definitely guide down lightning tribulation, and it would be an extremely terrifying one. Why did this type of strange scene end up appearing? That continent is a bit similar to the 3,000 provinces, the shape extremely special, just that it was reduced greatly in size. Someone said quietly. The continent in the sky was extremely vast, but compared to the true 3,000 provinces, there was still a great difference. And that piece seems a bit familiar, like Demon Burial Ground, the shape the same. It really is strange. Demon Burial Ground, it stood side by side with the 3,000 provinces, also one of the 10 Earths. Everyone was stupefied, watching this carefully. They all came from different places. Some ancient families even had maps of their own region with them. As a result, someone cried out with alarm, saying, "These are the 10 Earths of the 9 heavens, 10 Earths. Every one of them identical. Why are they appearing here? How could 10 continents appear here?" Everyone immediately became stupefied, finding it hard to understand why this happened. It really is strange. What did this fella do? Why did he end up drawing these things over? Could this be an illusion? Jean Jean's grandfather was incredibly shocked. This is precisely the heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, Jean Jean spoke up, his expression incomparably serious as he stared at that heavenly dome. Wang Shi's delicate body trembled. She stared into the sky with disbelief. At the same time, everyone in the surroundings paled with fright. They all looked in that direction, every one of them stupefied, finding this hard to believe. Didn't heavenly tribulation have thunder shaking the heavens, lightning radiance flickering about? Why was it this quiet, deathly still, not a bit of sound to be heard? Moreover, those were continents, all of them looking just that real, to the point where towering mountains could be seen, great rivers rushing forth, full of life force, all things growing. How could all of this be heavenly tribulation? It definitely is, Jean Jean said quietly. It was because he had crossed a great tribulation, moreover a lightning tribulation ranked within the top 3 of history, corresponding to his cultivation level. He was the most sensitive towards this type of aura, his fine hairs immediately standing on end. Others didn't know, but he understood that the tribulation would definitely be terrifying beyond compare, that it was a tribulation tied to life or death. Jean Jean knew that this type of great tribulation would definitely be ranked within the top 3 lightning tribulations of their cultivation realm, without a doubt. Only, this type of heavenly tribulation was too strange, actually not having any electrical radiance flickering about, no thunderous noises rumbling. It was just this quiet, as if it was an expanse of nothingness. The scenes of heaven and earth are all formed from lighting tribulation, condensed from lightning. The colors and other things are the same as that of the true world, someone said. However, this still wasn't enough to explain the strangeness of this tribulation, because the aura it released was also like this, few people able to sense that this was lightning, instead feeling like it was a real continent. It was just too similar. This is its most terrifying aspect. It seems to have life, evolving like this, transforming from the fake to the real. Only, this is a rarely seen terrifying great heavenly tribulation. This was the consensus of the people here. There was no mistake. This tribulation even became this monstrous. So how could this be ordinary lightning? At this time, Jin Jifei, who took a divine pill, his body slowly growing back, revived. He felt hatred and anger. Just now, the other party dealt with him with lightning, and now, he actually guided down such terrifying heavenly tribulation. It really was astonishing, making him feel a wave of powerlessness. His condition was terrible, immortal blood lost after being burned, difficult to recover from. There wasn't much retained in the head that was preserved either. I want to see just how extraordinary this tribulation is, Wang Shi's grandfather said with a sneer. The 10 continents moved forward, arriving before their eyes. Heavens! There are even so many corpses. Someone cried out in alarm because they saw the scenes on the continent. It was just too bitter. A scarlet-red expanse, blood red, covered in corpses, as if a great massacre had just been carried out. Perhaps this already cannot even be described with the word massacre anymore, because on those 10 continents, wherever one's eyes passed, when the primal chaos mist scattered a bit, one would immediately see endless corpses. Just how great of a battlefield was this? Perhaps only in the war of the last phase back then, when Immortal Ancient was buried, would there be this type of scene, right? A ruined banner was inserted into the ground. The world around it enveloped in the flames of war, blood gathering into streams. The corpses everywhere all had weapons impaling them, all of them laying in disarray, the dark black expanse without limit. These were 10 blood-soaked continents. This was like a battlefield of the last phase of an age, waiting for later generations to clean up the corpses. Hong! Right at this time, the sound of thunder finally sounded. However, it didn't come from the 10 continents, but rather from high up in the sky. In that place, 9 heavens appeared, carrying the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, covering the sky as they arrived. These are the 9 heavens. Thus, the 9 heavens, 10 earths all appeared. It was extremely strange, everything derived from lightning. The 10 earths were quiet, lacking all sound, but the 9 heavens were different, having sound. As they appeared, the noise became greater and greater. Apart from thunderous sounds, there were endless shouts of war, human figures everywhere. This is, when the 9 heavens completely approached, everyone felt their scalps becoming numb, feeling a wave of coldness. On the 9 heavens, countless creatures were tearing at each other. It was just that terrifying. Blade radiance and sword shadows flickered about, shouts of war shaking the heavens, blood splashing out from time to time. There was even immortal light that illuminated throughout the ages, the power of matchless figures being used, every strike able to hack down the stars and moon, extremely terrifying. To protect my wife and children, kill. To protect my clansmen, kill. To protect my mountains and rivers, kill. These were the angry roars of the ancient people. Within the grief and indignation, a feeling of despair. They were no match for those opponents, but they still charged forward, moving and tragic, life continuously wilting. Was this the scene of immortal ancient war? It could actually be replayed in heavenly tribulation, coming to light in this way, appearing before everyone's eyes. How could everyone not feel shock? The ancient people fell from the war. This was something all later generations knew about. Now, this type of bitter and tragic scene was playing out, time seemingly flowing in reverse. Kill. Protect our wives, children, fathers, and mothers. Protect these mountains and rivers. Slaughter the way into the other side. Kill them all. Fight until the last drop of blood. Fight until you all have no regrets. Attack. Many great roars sounded, shaking the mountains and rivers. Aura engulfing 10,000 li, resounding between the 9 heavens. Countless figures followed them, fighting a great battle against the foreign great army. Hot blood scattered down, heads flying out, corpses laying everywhere. However, no one cowered. When they saw this scene, many of the youth were moved. Was this the tragedy of the past? They didn't surrender even when faced with inevitable death. So many of the ancient people carried unyielding wills. Only, as great roars sounded one after another, this scene was extremely tragic. The ancient people were helpless, powerless, falling from this battle, destined to all die. Is this Huang's tribulation? It seems to be foretelling something. After their initial shock, there were people who discussed quietly. I previously heard that there is a heavenly tribulation that is not ranked. One that is extremely strange and special, able to reveal a corner of the future, revealing omens, reveal some frightening things. When everyone heard this, their pupils contracted, staring at Hao's heavenly tribulation. He actually drew down this type of mysterious heavenly tribulation that only appeared in legends. It is extremely strange. Is this type of tribulation strong or weak, good or bad? Even Wang Shi's grandfather, this type of elder, didn't know. It was because this type of heavenly tribulation was too rare, only a few records about it, and they weren't that clear. To actually be able to encounter these things through a tribulation, it couldn't be comprehended. Hong. Right at this time, the 9 heavens 10 earths collided. Between them, lightning bridges appeared one after another, linking them together. Hao was forcefully sucked onto a continent, not given a choice, as if he was summoned over. Chong. An iron spear rose into the air. A corpse on the ground stood up, in its hands a black spear, stabbing it at him, extremely ferocious. Black light surged, the iron spear turning into a streak of black-colored lightning. Pong! Hao's finger pointed out, making this iron spear break apart. Black lighting scattered on the spot, unable to harm him. However, immediately afterwards, something even more terrifying happened. The endless corpses that didn't belong to the ancient people, but rather came from the foreign side, all stood up, carrying traces of blood and killing intent. They held weapons in their hands, walking towards Hao, all of them taking action. The peace was shattered. With resounding weapon-clashing noises, streak after streak of lightning radiance erupted, killing energy overflowing into the heavens. Their scalps became numb. There were so many creatures, were they all going to become Hao's opponent? Would he be able to deal with them? Would he be able to kill them? This was too terrifying. Everyone was horrified. This great tribulation might be endless. Was it foretelling that Hao had to slaughter his way through the 9 heavens 10 earths alone? He had to fight in this world all by himself. Ow! A great roar sounded. A lion-bodied human-faced monster rushed over, its entire body releasing golden light. It became faster and faster, exceeding other creatures. Hong! In the end, it turned into a streak of golden lightning, cutting 1,000 li through the air. A large claw slapped down, golden light surging endlessly, blasting the void apart. Black cracks extended outwards, the scene terrifying. A dang noise sounded. Hao faced it barehandedly. A deafening noise erupted from the two, as if metal was colliding, sparks flying in all directions. Kill! Hao released a low shout, rising up, avoiding the other creatures and attacking this monster. Hong Long, the lion-bodied human-faced monster, was too fast, exceeding many people's imaginations. It instantly rushed into the distance, a single jump taking it over 1,000 li, simply impossible to catch up to. This was the speed of lightning. So, immediately afterwards, it rushed over again, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, golden light rushing out in 10,000 streaks, blazing light endless, too resplendent. It was as if a giant divine lord was attacking. This was, without a doubt, the leader of this region. It commanded a great army, crawling back up on the mountain of corpses, blood, and bones to attack Hao. Kill! At the same time, many foreign creatures on the ground released great cries, their voices shaking heaven and earth, shouts of killing echoing through the world, the universe itself even greatly trembling. Oh! The lion-bodied human-faced creature attacked, the first one to throw itself at Hao again. A leap taking it 1,000 li, speed too fast. Die! At this moment, Hao's eyes also widened, deciding that he was going to kill it in one strike. He used his most powerful methods, or else the path later on would be even more difficult. It was because, judging from the situation, it seemed like he had to move through the 9 heavens 10 earths. This was just the beginning. His fists shone, gathering power, using everything he knew. Bone texts erupted, concentrating and interweaving on his fist. He used his own innate supreme being precious technique, Heaven's Light. Hong! This fist smashed out, heaven and earth losing color, wind and clouds exploding and scattering. It was just too shocking, as if a comet suddenly erupted here. That resplendent light illuminated the sky dome, also shining to the point where the faces of the young cultivators watching turned pale. They were deeply shocked. Just how terrifying was Huang's fighting strength. The power displayed by this fist was too domineering. Even if a self-severing realm cultivator went up, they would still be blown to pieces, right? They might very well die from this single hit. Now, Shurehao's power had already completely changed. After cultivating in seclusion for many years, refining his own talent, using the body as a seed, his strength shot up drastically. At the same time, his understanding towards his own innate precious techniques became even deeper, exceeding his past Tao achievements. His fist was like a small golden sun, dazzling, simply impossible to look straight at. Oh! The lion-bodied, human-faced monster roared. It faced Shurehao's fist, brandishing its great golden claws, moreover opening its bloody mouth, going all out. Moreover, in his surroundings, other creatures rushed over, all of them raising weapons, attacking at Shurehao together. Pong! Shurehao's fist broke the golden monster's great claw, moreover smashing straight into its bloody mouth, smashing its head apart. Oh! The monster released an angry roar, quickly backing up. However, it was too hard for it to stop its head's injury. In the end, with a kacha sound, it completely exploded to pieces. At the most crucial juncture, the monster threw itself over, crossing 1,000 li, directly turning into a golden streak of lightning. It was incredibly thick, hacking towards Shuhao. Thunder rumbled, lightning interweaved, their power astonishing, but all of it was scattered by Shuhao. These creatures not only possessed true strength because they were formed from lightning. When they were defeated, they would turn into lightning tribulation, equivalent to being able to carry out an attack a second time. The golden monster was extremely strong, deserved to be called a leader, but it was still killed. Kill! Human figures were everywhere, vast and boundless. There were foreign creatures all about, all of them rushing over murderously while raising weapons. Black iron spears, dazzling white long blades, scarlet sharp swords, war halberds dripping with blood, cold metallic radiance flickered, killing energy overflowing into the heavens. This was a huge army of thousands, all of them rushing over together. Their speeds were too fast, impossible to hide from. It was because all of them were formed from lightning. Kill! Shuhao roared loudly. He began to go all out, his palms shining, a golden pike appearing in his hands, condensed from divine force, incomparably resplendent. He slaughtered his way forward. Pooh! Just a single strike pierced through several extremely strong creatures. The spear erupted with radiance, crushing their weapons, piercing through the skies. Ka! Lightning interweaved, several people exploding, electric light shooting in thousands of streaks, blasting Shuhao's body, directly received by him. Charge! Countless creatures charged forward fearlessly. Shuhao's eyes and eyebrows stood vertically, starting to brandish the spear. The weapon enlarged, becoming like a mountain ridge, sweeping in all directions. Lightning erupted, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. Pooh! Blood splashed in all directions, many creatures screaming miserably, swept through by the giant golden pike. Bones broke, muscles severed, all of them exploding to pieces, turning into bloody paste, and then into electrical light. This was a massacre. Shuhao displayed divine might, fighting a great battle here, battling the foreign creatures fiercely. Dismembered limbs immediately flew out, blood dyeing the skies red. This was especially the case when he saw the corpses of cultivators from the 9 heavens everywhere, making his fighting spirit become even more ferocious. Even though it was only lightning tribulation, he still treated it like a true battle. He felt anger, his head raised to the sky, releasing a roar. A war spear was held in his hands, angrily stabbing in all directions, fighting with everything he had. Xianxia was valiant and fearless, but the enemy army really was too large, more appearing the more he killed, seemingly endless, stretching as far as he could see, enemy troops filling the mountains and rivers. Xianxia killed until his eyes turned red, fighting a bloody battle here. However, no matter how strong one was, there was no way they could handle this many enemies. It was as if he was submerged in a sea, surrounded by the foreign soldiers, the battles relentless, the reeking of blood assailing the senses. Hong! Lightning erupted streak after streak. Whenever an expert was killed, there would always be a streak of lightning hacking over, blasting his body. This is too terrifying. All of the spectating youngsters were horrified. They never expected this heavenly tribulation to be this freakish, this frightening. There was simply no path of life. It was just the beginning, yet it was already this intense. How was he supposed to make it through the rest? One had to understand that the 9 heavens 10 earths existed here. He had just begun, just ascending the 3,000 provinces. The path to come was still extremely long. How could there be this type of heavenly tribulation? There's not even any hope of survival at all. Simply a trial of death. A few people sighed softly. No hope could be seen in this type of heavenly tribulation. Only despair. The 9 heavens 10 earths were filled with despair. To challenge everything alone. Just how helpless and powerless of a matter was this? One would feel a deep helplessness and despair. Xianxia charged forward, advancing towards the center of this continent. Soon afterwards, he fought until his entire body was covered in blood, battle clothes in tatters, even hair drenched in blood. For a lightning tribulation to reach this step, it can be considered unrivaled under the heavens. To target a cultivator like this, release this type of disaster, it really was terrifying. The number 1 tribulation since ancient times shouldn't be more terrifying than this. Someone said quietly, feeling that Xianxia might die. This type of tribulation couldn't be crossed at all. You're wrong. This can most likely be considered an unprecedented heavenly tribulation. In this cultivation realm, there shouldn't be anything more powerful than this. Someone said with a sigh. It was because in this era without heavenly tribulation, guiding tribulation down on oneself would make its power increase drastically. The heavenly tribulation would increase several-fold, inevitably destroy the cultivator in one move, using this as the reply to those who proactively challenged it. This was the most powerful heavenly tribulation to begin with. Now with this type of added power, just how terrifying would it become? It could be called the most powerful of all of history, at the very least unprecedented in this cultivation realm. This was an extremely terrifying thing. Xianxia slaughtered his way into the continent's depths, wishing to head to the other continents from that place. It was because between the 9 heavens 10 earths, there were lightning bridges that connected them. He could only forge ahead step by step, and couldn't directly rush into the sky. There was a terrifying power stopping him from doing so. This meant that he had to slaughter his way over, make his way through the 9 heavens 10 earths one after another, unable to skip a single one. Only when he fought to this step, the first continent, which was also the 3,000 Dao provinces, before he even made it through, Xianxia was already staggering about, entire body covered in injuries, blood dripping from his body. There was a war spear that stabbed into his body, as well as several dozen arrows, and there was even a long blade that was embedded in his shoulder. It was an appalling sight, his injuries too serious. The most terrifying thing was that these weapons were all lightning, possibly exploding. "Break for me!" Xianxia roared. Lightning radiance erupted from his entire body. He operated the Lightning Emperor Precious technique, stirring on lightning, forcefully expelling these weapons, make them explode outside his body. This was incredible fortune after misfortune. If they had exploded while inside his body, the consequences would be too horrible to think about. Finally, Xianxia encountered a creature that was especially strong. A creature with some King clan bloodline, the highest leader of this place. With a roar, he slaughtered his way over. This creature was in the self-severing realm, scarlet hair flying about, eyes like copper, body massive. Brandishing a scarlet bone mace in its hands, its boldness unmatched. A self-severing realm king clan individual appeared. This is too freakish. There's no way he can survive. Many people's expressions changed. How was one even supposed to contend against this? The heavenly tribulation was too ferocious, impossible to face. How didn't feel discouraged at all. His eyes were like lightning, flickering with divine light. He slaughtered his way forward, holding a lightning weapon in hand. This was a battle of life and death, blood soaking through his battle clothes. How fought with his utmost, couldn't hold back. He fought a bloody battle with this king, and at the same time had to face the enemies in all directions, fight their great army. This scene shocked many people. It was bitter, and it was also inspiring. It was because How charged through the giant army alone, slaughtering from the east to the west, and then from the west back to the east. There were countless corpses under his feet, as if he was harvesting wheat, falling one after another. Blood flowed like rivers. They thought about how the ancient people were wiped out, massacred in the last great era, their side unable to defeat the creatures of the other side. They then saw this scene, the blood of the young cultivators watching also surging with fighting spirit. He finally made it through. How slaughtered his way out from this area, personally removing that king's head. Even though there were weapons stabbed all over his body, he succeeded. He killed his way through, making it through the most crucial step. Someone said with a sigh. How staggered forward, his body's injuries too serious, already in tatters, full of cuts and holes. There were many areas that were scorched black too, blood soaking through his tattered battle clothes. He passed through the lightning bridge, arriving on the second continent, walking while treating his wounds. However, there were too many enemies, the giant army not giving him any time to rest. When they saw him, they directly surrounded him, attacking him fiercely. How entered a new battlefield, risking life and limb. There was no path of retreat now, he could only fight his way through. Or else what awaited him was only death. His body blasted to ashes. He fought bloodily the entire time, slaughtering his way over. Along the way, How fell several times. Many people thought that he died, but he would crawl up again and then continue forward. Just like that, he passed through trial after trial, actually making it through the 10 Earths. Many people were stupefied, almost not daring to believe what was happening. It was because when it was most serious, lightning turned into a weapon, stabbed into How's body, and then it exploded, almost blasting his body rotten. Succeeded. He made it through the 10 Earths, ascended into the 9 heavens. Someone cried out. This was a cheer, making everyone snap back to reality. When they saw that exhausted, wounded body, they were shocked, feeling that this was inconceivable. After bleeding, fighting this entire time, How slaughtered his way into the 9 heavens. How's body moved back and forth. He walked onto a bridge, lightning everywhere, arriving in the 9 heavens. He slaughtered his way here from the 10 Earths. This was a type of magnificent feat. The enemy army was endless, boundless without borders. No end in sight. Meanwhile, he crashed his way through just like this, slaughtering his way over. Only after he came here, it became even more dangerous. There was already a great battle happening here, shouts of war shaking the skies. How charged straight in, equivalent to participating in the battle. There were immediately many creatures who targeted him. The foreign cultivators threw themselves over, attacking crazily, not holding back at all, to the extent where they gave up on their original opponents, starting to surround and pursue him. The ancient people were at a disadvantage, powerless to provide him with help. No one could come over to help him. How's situation dire, to the extent where it was even more dangerous than when he was in the 10 Earths. It was because the overall strength of the creatures of the 9 heavens was a bit higher. How had no choice, he could only fight a bloody battle. At this point, how could he turn back? He couldn't retreat even if he wanted to. The lightning tribulation wouldn't disappear. He either succeeded and made his way through, or he would be hacked to death. Moreover, this type of great tribulation was something outsiders couldn't help with even if they wanted to. There was simply no way to interfere. The lightning tribulation couldn't be avoided. Protect our wives, children, and elders, die. Protect my mountains and rivers. Even if my hot blood is shed, I will take you all down with me. The ancient people roared out, rushing over, not fearing death. Every one of them, even if their heads fell to the ground, their bodies still moved forward, brandishing the heavenly spears and other weapons in their hands. Xianxia was moved, feeling as if he returned to that era of despair, struggling while in desperate straits. They rose up vigorously in this final battle, fighting while drenched in blood before immortal ancients' destruction. Come, foreign devils, today, I am going to kill until I'm satisfied. Xianxia roared out, not sure if this was lightning tribulation or a dream back to immortal ancient, fighting with everything he had. Chang, a silver-armored king, threw himself over, in his hands a heaven-art halberd, seated on a vicious beast. He was incredibly powerful, rushing straight over. That mount was extremely large, looking like a demonic mountain. It carried this person, roaring as it charged over, trampling on the void until it rumbled with noise, the surrounding creatures all moving out of its way. You belong to me. I will take you as a servant. The King Clan cultivator in silver armor roared out. He was in the self-severing realm. This left everyone shocked. It was as if this was real. He was conversing with Xianxia. This lightning creature was more terrifying than the ones in the 10 Earths, extremely strange. What is so special about a king race? It's not like I haven't killed them before. Xianxia shouted loudly. With a chong noise, a long blade appeared in his hands. It was thick and powerful, blade bright as snow. This was produced from lightning. He operated the Lightning Emperor Precious technique, producing this type of weapon. Then just die, that silver-armored king roared, controlling his mount. It trampled down towards Xianxia's body, the heaven-art halberd in his hands hacking over. Xianxia released a great roar. The long blade in his hands was dazzling white like a starry river, producing resplendent divine light, going against the heavens, facing the halberd. Dang! The noise was ear-splitting, the snow-white long blade smashing into the heaven-art halberd. Terrifying radiance erupted, exploding there, as if stars exploded, lighting up the dark starry region. Energy wreaked havoc, roaring past. You can just die, that foreign king roared out, as if he had a spirit, able to communicate. He possessed a mind of his own, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. Kill! Xianxia also released a short shout, attacking fiercely. The two fought each other, immediately tangling together. This was a commander in charge of many people in this region, his strength extremely powerful, boldness unmatched. Xianxia used all of his methods, exchanging over 1,000 moves with him, yet was unexpectedly unable to decide victory or defeat. Who is that human? Where did he come from? Why is he this powerful? How could he face a self-severing realm king race with the power of the Void Dao realm? This is but a pure-blooded king race in the self-severing realm, not a branch of the king race with some of the blood. Yet he is actually being stopped. There were some creatures whose voices sounded between lightning, making sure how truly suspect whether this was facing lightning tribulation or if time-space was in disorder, bringing him back to that doomsday battlefield. He didn't have a choice. There was no need for doubt. He could only fight the bloody battle to its end. Exterminate! The silver-armored king on the mount roared, displaying his ancestral method, linking up the heavens and moving the earth, silver light surrounding this place. One could see large amounts of creatures turning into silver, becoming a silver color, flesh forever solid, unable to move anymore. The nearby creatures all became metal sculptures, their life force severed. The foreign creatures were unaffected. Xianxia was naturally in danger, feeling his body becoming rigid. Silver radiance flickered, about to turn him into metal as well, forever sever his life force. Break for me! Xianxia roared. He supported his single heavenly passage, the divine light in his body burning, erupting from within him. Hong! The silver radiance was ignited, the surroundings exploding, unable to corrode him. Kill! Hao roared out, the dazzling long blade in his hands turning into a streak of light, going against the heavens, hacking forward. He used all of his strength, mixing several types of precious techniques within. Chi! Blade radiance rushed into the heavens, severing the sky dome. It was too terrifying. Kill! The foreign king also roared out, man and mount becoming one. That mount roared out, entire body shining, also activating its great killing method. Chi! The dazzling long blade was shocking power extremely great. This blade hacked apart that mount's ancestral method, cutting apart the screen of light, slicing into its body. It roared out angrily, releasing a mournful sound, blood gushing out with a pu sound. Ho! The war beast roared angrily, but it was still useless. Its entire body hacked apart, divided into two corpses. Dang! At the same time, the snow-white long blade in Hao's hands also cut into the Heavenart halberd, divine force surging crazily. Hao used the true primordial record, imperishable scripture, and all different types of methods. Ka! The great halberd broke apart, but the long blade's power didn't decrease at all. With a pu sound, it cut through this person's body, protecting divine light, cutting into his forehead. Blood immediately splashed high into the air. The space between this person's brows split apart, the crack continuing downwards until his entire body was cleaved in half, and then he exploded. This was the power of a single attack from Hao, forcibly cleaving a commander and mount in half, killing them on the spot. Hong! Lightning radiance shone in 10,000 streaks, scorching Hao black. His flesh broke apart, blood flowing out, the injuries created by the lightning transformed from that king race commander not light. After this battle ended, Hao continued forward. This path was filled with blood, filled with bloody battles. He continued without stopping to rest, forging straight ahead. Only, from what he could see, this path was extremely miserable. Hao charged forward, passing many places. There were villages and giant cities, battles taking place everywhere. The world enveloped in the flames of war. Stop! Let go! Let go of me! In a small village in the distance, a young man was struggling. He was picked up by a foreign cultivator, and then flung violently onto the ground, killed just like that. I am going to fight you to the death. A village woman's eyes became red, crying as she threw herself forward. Pooh! A streak of cold light flashed past. That creature's expression was incredibly cold, removing her head without even the slightest bit of emotion. Mother! A young girl screamed out, forgetting to even cry. Her eyes were widened, filled with fear. That creature reached out its feet, stepping down, turning her into a blast of blood, dying miserably on the spot. Savage brute, hand over your life. An elder's eyes were shedding blood, roaring loudly. A blade swung over, hacking forward. Dang! The long blade broke. The elder was struck until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. And then that creature wrung his neck, ending his life. Hao saw everything clearly from the distance, his eyes feeling like they were going to crack apart. At the same time, he really was confused why everything in this heavenly tribulation was this lively, with these types of scenes. It was as if they really were happening, making him can't help but erupt with anger. He suspected that these were most likely things that happened before, the scenery of the battle of the last phase, the creatures of the 9 heavens 10 earths all buried in that war. This village, as well as places that were even further, were all on fire, crying sounds everywhere. It was because there were many foreign creatures in this place, unleashing slaughter here. Hao walked forward, attacking furiously. He held a war blade in his hands, brandishing it angrily. With a pu sound, the head of the indiscriminate murderer was removed, and it also exploded from this blow. Hao turned into a demonic god, attacking crazily here, one attack per enemy, wiping out several hundred foreign creatures. This was a blood-filled world, every place filled with weeping and sounds of killing. Hao couldn't bear to look at these places. For example, the tribes, cities, and others, simply as if he was watching hell on earth. In the end, he slaughtered his way into the great wilderness, not willing to watch these things anymore. This was lightning tribulation, so even if he took action, he couldn't change history. Meanwhile, he wasn't willing to see those scenes again. Something's not right. Why is the city I just saw like that of the present world? Could it be? Sure, how broke out into a cold shiver. Didn't this happen before? Could it be that this tragedy was destined to play out in this world? Kill! He roared angrily towards the heavens, rushing forward. In the great wilderness, there were many foreign creatures as well. For example, right now, there were thousands upon thousands of silver centipedes, all of them with silver-colored fiendish wings, covering heaven and earth as they dove towards him. The killing was endless, death everywhere. Sure, how encountered great trouble. The centipedes were all 3 foot or greater in length. They continuously dove down, spraying out lightning from their mouths, fighting against him. Moreover, these centipedes were like arrows, extremely sturdy. They left many wounds on his body, piercing through him. It was because there were just too many centipedes, hundreds of thousands of them in total, perhaps even over 1 million, drowning him within, impossible to completely defend against, leaving him mentally and physically drained. Finally, he slaughtered his way out, dragging his weary body from this heaven, entering a higher level. This was a type of struggle, a type of bloody battle fought with one's life on the line. The road was too difficult, he almost died several times, but in the end tenaciously stood up again. Time flowed on. Everyone outside the heavenly tribulation were holding their breath, feeling as if they were watching a legend playing out. A person could actually reach this step while facing tribulation, continuously ascending 6 great heavens. In many people's eyes, Huang should have died a long time ago, yet he actually pressed forward, still struggling and advancing. Even though he was covered in wounds, flesh crushed into a bloody paste, white bone even visible in some areas, body charred black, he still didn't give up. 7th great heaven, 8th great heaven. Everyone was counting. They discovered with shock that he was already about to drag his dying body towards the final great heaven. He entered. He ascended into the 9th great heaven. Huang, is he going to compose a legend of legends? He could make it through even this type of heavenly tribulation. Charge through. This type of great tribulation definitely exceeds all heavenly tribulations in this cultivation realm. Yet he is actually going to succeed. This is completely unprecedented. No one ever accomplishing such a thing. Many youngsters were watching the battle, feeling as if they were experiencing this trial themselves. They couldn't help but cry out loudly. After crossing this tribulation, Huang will obtain tremendous benefits. A few people already began to think to themselves, wondering just what kind of great natural luxury Hao would obtain. Huang is currently composing an unequaled miracle. Someone couldn't help but say with a sigh. Sure, Hao was extremely tired. Even a body as tough as his, comparable to divine gold, was now incredibly tattered, entire body covered in blood, bone exposed in some areas. Apart from this, his body had many lightning strike traces, scorched black and dried up. There was even a large hole in his chest that went straight out his back, bits of electrical arcs spilling out from it. It was extremely miserable. He rushed through 8 great heavens, paying a tremendous price to do so. He faced too many enemies along the way, all of them extremely strong. He slaughtered his way through an endless army. No matter how strong one was, it would still be difficult for them to have the might to sweep through all enemies in the heavens. The opponents were everywhere, the killing never ending. When there were enough ants, an elephant could be bitten to death, let alone right now where he was facing the foreign side's warlike races. The bridge withdrew. Lightning radiance flickered about. Sure, Hao stood on the 9th great heaven, on the verge of collapse, truly a bit unable to continue. He didn't know if he could still fight or not. In the distance, magical artifacts rushed up one after another, colliding in the sky dome, releasing dazzling sparks, as if stars were colliding one after another, and then exploding. This world will be destroyed. It will happen today. A creature roared out, the fluctuations making one's soul tremble. Then, Sure Hao saw a large black hand move through the heavens, immediately cover the entire sky dome. Not only did many precious artifacts explode, the moon, stars, and other things entered that palm as well, also crushed. This scene was too shocking. Hao's pupils contracted, staring there. Outside the heavenly tribulation, all of the young cultivators saw this scene, every one of them sucking in cold air. This exceeded everyone's expectations. It was the power of the undying. This was definitely a move from individuals on that level. This heavenly tribulation really was too strange. When this type of great disaster descended, who could make it through? Could it be that Huang had to face this type of great calamity? Right now, forget about others, even Jin Zhan's grandfather felt a bit of sympathy for Hao. If that type of power really is encountered, one can only die without a complete corpse. That youngster believes himself to be infallible. How can heavenly tribulation be that easy to cross? Spontaneously incurring tribulation. This isn't something anyone could get through unscathed. Even a peerless genius has a chance of falling, Wang Shi's grandfather said with a cold laugh. A heavenly tribulation ought to correspond to one's cultivation realm. In the distance, 10 crown kings stared at the lightning radiance, looking at the incomparable heavenly tribulation, saying this to himself. Even if it was guided down by oneself, triggering the lightning, it still shouldn't be this crazy. Definitely couldn't cross several great cultivation realms in an instant. If that happened, what path of life was there to speak of? Heavenly tribulation was destruction as well as a trial, but also hope, even more so a type of new life. There was a gleam of hope in despair. Newfound power birthed from destruction. Once one made it through, the benefits would be numerous, equivalent to a rebirth. Those who made it through would be equivalent to experiencing a transformation, experiencing a refinement, further strengthening oneself. The undying won't take action, someone said. In the 9 heavens above, blades shone and sword shadows flashed about. There were even more creatures here, blood covering the world, corpses laying in disarray, the scene even more desperate. However, unexpectedly, when Hao arrived, there were momentarily no creatures who went after him. This place extremely peaceful. In the distance, shouts of war rushed into the heavens, sword energy weaving about, some instantly rushing out tens of thousands of li. This was a confrontation between experts at the peak, intense beyond imagination. Hong, a heaven-overturning imprint descended, sparkling and gentle like jade. In the end, it quickly enlarged, directly smashing hundreds of thousands of li of great earth in, leaving those who saw this stupefied, their bodies going cold. Then, a silver spear flew over, impaling an extremely powerful creature, an expert that belonged to the 9 heavens side. The silver spear's might didn't fade in the slightest. After it pierced that creature, it smashed through a star in the heavens beyond, and only then did it explode. The expert that belonged to the 9 heavens side was originally extremely strong, still struggling, but the instant that great star exploded, he was also set aflame, nailed down and killed. These scenes were shocking. The battles in the 9 heavens above were too terrifying. Hao released a light sigh. He himself also thought that the heavenly tribulation should correspond to him. One realm higher should already be the limit. The creatures that appeared shouldn't be too ridiculous. Even if he could see a supreme figure take action in the distance, it should still be far away from him, shouldn't affect him. However now, with these types of dangerous figures right there, it wouldn't be strange even if he truly encountered them. Could it be that this really was a path of death? He silently watched everything. When he saw that there were still no creatures who slaughtered their way over, leaving him alone, he decisively sat down to treat his injuries. It was because his condition was extremely terrible, body in tatters, flesh dried up, even some of his bones broken, his body in an extremely bad condition. The main thing was that this was a path of blood, encountering too many experts. There was no way he could charge through without paying the price. It could be said that even if a self-severing realm cultivator faced this tribulation, he would still most likely also die. This heavenly tribulation really was unimaginable. A hazy light wrapped around Hao, absorbing power from the lightning radiance, restoring his physical body. The effects were extremely good. Hao couldn't help but feel startled. This final heaven's lightning tribulation contained unordinary things after all. It originally represented destruction, but it actually contained a thriving life force. This was extremely effective. Shao's physical body was wrapped within this type of innate life energy, reborn in this world of destruction. His body was sparkling, gradually becoming whole, quickly recovering. Within his body, broken bones sounded continuously, all of them connecting. Shua! Shao opened his eyes. While still seated in an unchanged posture, he quickly shifted several hundred zhong, evading a strike of inevitable death. A streak of shining cold light flickered, a white gold divine sword. It was carried by a creature. After it was brandished, it almost struck him in the head. Danger arrived. Above the 9 great heavens, he was given a chance at first, allowing him to recover. Once he had combat strength again, enemies immediately appeared. There was a trace of opportunity for life after all. It will just depend on if he can make it through or not now. Outside the heavenly tribulation, someone said quietly. When they saw that Shao recovered his energy, they all knew that he had hope. Human, an annoying race, unbearably weak, yet when they are strong, they are extremely strange, not easy to appraise. Hand over your life, that creature roared out. A great battle erupted again. Moreover, the activity here disturbed this entire region. It was unknown just how many foreign enemies rushed over, blade energy like a sea, sword radiance rushing into the heavens. Kill! Shao released a low roar. He didn't have a choice, he had to slaughter out a path of life, weave in and out as he attacked. Soon afterwards, this place became a bloody mess, because too many creatures were killed. Shao cut down a few especially powerful leaders, and then fought a bloody battle against the great army. He held a long blade. Wherever it passed, heads tumbled, continuously falling. There were bodies that were cleaved in two as well, those that were chopped in half at the waist, even more so, too many to count. Hong! Streak after streak of lightning radiance exploded, reaching the heavens and shaking the earth. Whenever these creatures fell, or when they suffered fatal damage, they would mostly turn into electrical light and explode, the scene horrifying to the extreme. Chi! Suddenly, several streaks of undying light flew past the sky, interweaving with immortal radiance. It was extremely strange, even more so extremely terrifying. Shao's body became rigid. He raised his head towards the sky. There were several powerful figures there, slaughtering their way into the depths of the stellar domain, and then disappearing. Hateful, he was given a chance after all, only a heavenly tribulation matching his cultivation realm. It isn't a complete slaughter. Wang Shi's grandfather released a low roar outside the scene. This is too great. The golden little ant, Chao Yuxing, and others released a breath of relief. Just now, they really felt sullen. However, it wasn't time to relax yet, because the true danger was definitely still to come. Sure enough, the scene changed. The great army separated, several creatures walking over, every single one of them wearing silvery white battle clothes, extremely heroic. Apart from this, there were even more foreign soldiers who appeared, surrounding Shao, fighting a bloody battle with him. Right now, the creatures who belonged to the 9 heavens 10 earths didn't retreat, rushing over. Pooh! Only the creatures in the lead were too strong. One of them swept out with his halberd, directly hacking through the iron sword of a robust middle-aged man that rushed over. Then the great halberd stabbed through his body, blood flying high up into the air. Little brother, I can see that your potential is extremely great. You should leave for now. Leave behind some tinder in the 9 heavens. That middle-aged man shouted like this to Shao before his death. Then his body exploded. You? Shao's sharp brows stood on end, looking at those foreign king races. Hurry and leave. There has to be some hope left behind. I saw that you slaughtered your way up from the 10 earths, and then continuously charged through 8 great heavens. This type of potential has to be left behind for the future to make sure our inheritances aren't extinguished. There has to be some who can continue living, another elder shouted. He also rushed over while leading people, but in the end, they still weren't a match. With a pu sound, several heads fell, cut off by the terrifying great halberd. Mutuo King, I am going to stake it all against you, someone shouted, stabbing outwards with the spear in his hands. Pooh! However, the result was still the same, that person dying on the spot. This seemed so real, yet it was also like an illusion, making sure Hao's emotions surge greatly. Even though he knew that this was heavenly tribulation, he was still greatly affected. All of you can just go to hell, Sure Hao roared angrily. He killed many of the foreign enemies that swarmed around him, and then rushed towards those silver-robed kings. Hong Long Long. Behind Sure Hao appeared a pair of Kuan Peng wings. When they moved, yin and yang energy swirled, smashing into chaotic energy. The long blade in his hands slashed outwards murderously as well. This was a great battle that made him furious, making his blood boil. Sure Hao was truly angered, fighting against these kings. Dang! Kuan Peng spreads its wings, displaying its power. He blasted the great halberd aside. In the intense fighting, following a pu sound, a blade sliced off the Mutuo king's head. A powerful foreign king race expert killed. He fought risking life and limb, in the end killing all of those king races. He was like a golden lion charging through a group of wolves, bathing in blood. There were enemies but also people on his own side. He slaughtered in and out, unwittingly arriving at the heart of the Nine Heavens battlefield. Suddenly, right at this time, streak after streak of golden light rushed over, forming a great golden path, arriving from all directions. Hong! Sure Hao was seriously injured, moreover surrounded. At this moment, the army completely withdrew, no longer attacking. Only those golden paths had people walk over, all of their expressions serious. These great golden paths weren't that many, arriving from different regions, all of them hurrying over from the limits of the horizon. Their directions different, the clans they represented also different. Every single great golden path had a creature, all of them extremely young, but extremely terrifying. Their appearances were accompanied by irregular phenomena, all of them promising and brilliant individuals. There were some wrapped within chaotic energy, some whose bodies were resplendent like blazing suns, some supported by immortal energy, some who had heavenly text imprints engraved within their brows, releasing world-shaking sounds. Who are these people? Outside the heavenly tribulation, many youngsters were shocked. The ones who came were all young creatures, but they were clearly stronger than the king races, even making all of them back up. Thus, the answer was already on the verge of coming out. Many people guessed that these were most likely those who didn't appear in the world for endless years, the emperor clans that had remained secluded within tyrannical ancient lands. Emperor clan, this was not an emperor race of the human world, not the emperor races of the 9 heavens 10 earths who pursued long life, aiming to become closer to immortality, known to be supreme being inheritances. In the 9 heavens 10 earths there were supreme being families, as well as inheritances that remained unequaled throughout the ancient times. These could be called emperor clans. However, because there were long-life families in this world, an ancestor in their family previously achieving immortality, they were mostly known as long-life families. That was why emperor clan was a term not often used in the 9 heavens, but rather what was used in the 10 earths, emperors of the mortal world, still within the domain of mortals. Meanwhile, the foreign emperor clans were entirely different. They were established on the title of the Undying. For example, Anlin, Shuchuo, these were foreign inheritances whose names had been passed down throughout time, already existing through 2 great eras, but they still existed, still undying, still alive, incredibly powerful. Their families were praised as emperor clans. In reality, there was another type of saying that in immortal ancient years, saying that there were immortal kings in this world. Those were paramount existences, unmatched, strength without equal. Meanwhile, the foreign Anlin, Shuchuo, and others, they led great armies, ultimately defeating the 9 heavens 10 earths, which was why they were viewed to be higher than immortal kings, thus called emperor clans. The emperor in emperor clans was developed in contrast to the immortal king's king word. Strictly speaking, these were undying emperors. Of course, they still didn't separate from the level of immortal kings, unable to surpass them, already reaching the very peak. However, in this world, there were too many ancient inheritances, as well as countless mysteries, even more so countless ancient burial lands, the foreign side also like this. Therefore, there was another type of saying, rumored to be secrets excavated from foreign ancient lands, unknown just which fallen great era's ruins it was discovered from. The legend was that this burial ground was so ancient not even Anlin, Shuchuo, or he Wushuang's masters could see through, unknown which great era the ruins were from. Based on the things they discovered with shock that there might still be paths to take above the domains they acknowledged, that those types of creatures might have existed before. Just how terrifying of a thing was this? They already ascended to the peak, unmatched in all domains, yet they could still make progress, enter a higher domain. Even after they carefully researched this, they still weren't sure, because there should be no way those types of creatures could exist. They were too strong, unimaginable. Moreover, if they existed, then why didn't they see any? They completely disappeared, and their lands of inheritance became burial regions. They shouldn't have turned to dust. No one knew what conclusion Anlin, Shuchuo, and the others reached. Only later people said that if they had to say something about the clues in the burial ground, then it can only be said that emperors among undying did exist. That was why there was a type of saying that it was precisely because of the discovery of those burial grounds that the term foreign emperor clan exists. Even though they weren't, because their clans had supreme ancient ancestors, Anlin, Shuchuo, and others were still alive, that was why they were considered the most powerful clans, could be considered emperor clans. Emperor clans, information about them was extremely scarce. There were only a few clues from the most ancient burial grounds, couldn't be fully confirmed. However, the foreign clans were hopeful, even though there was no definitive proof that existed. After all these years passed, no one knew what Anlin and Shuchuo researched, whether or not proof has been found. If they found any new clues at the very least, the Nine Heavens side didn't know about these things. Emperor clan, are these the descendants of Shuchuo, Anlin, these people? They are known to be incomparable, that as long as one of them appears, no one among their peers could face them. There were some who spoke about this quietly. At this time, even Chao Yuxing, heavenly horned ant, lunar jade rabbit and others' expressions changed, feeling deeply worried. If nothing unexpected happens, then Huang is undoubtedly dead. Not the slightest chance for life. Jin Zhan's grandfather said. Even though he was a member of a long-life family, his expression still fell when facing foreign emperor clans. In a battle of the same level, emperor clans were unmatched, almost never suffering a defeat before. Meanwhile now, there were several creatures that appeared at the same time, coming from different directions. They all advanced on the Great Golden Path. What chance of surviving did Shi Hao have left? No one believed Shi Hao could face several youngsters from emperor clans alone. It seems like we don't have to interfere. He is definitely going to die. At the same time, we can see just how extraordinary the legendary foreign emperor clans are. Wang Shi's grandfather said with a sneer. The great army already encircled Shi Hao, the great golden paths reaching over. Those creatures each occupied one side, surrounding him. They still came in the end. Shi Hao stared at them. He long had a feeling that he would see these legendary clans. Hong, a male among them, raised his fist, breaking apart the heavens. He directly smashed forward, terrifying light penetrating the void, destroying everything, the power too great. Pong! Shi Hao brandished his fist. A streak of lightning hacked out, smashing into that streak of light. An explosion erupted between the two of them, the void obliterated, extremely terrifying and astonishing. Meanwhile, this was only the beginning. That emperor race individual didn't truly unleash all of his power. The expressions of the young cultivators watching all changed. Even though they were only watching, they could tell that these people would definitely be incomparably terrifying, just like the legends, unmatched at their level. The fortunate thing was that emperor clans were too few, their inheritances almost all severed. Only their bloodlines were domineering, even though it was difficult for them to produce posterity when marrying other races. Once they did give birth, the bloodline would also belong to them. Every single emperor clan had few clansmen, not entering the world often. They lived in the most ancient places, living while cut off from the rest of the world. In all these years, regardless of whether it was the Nine Heavens or the foreign people, they were all praying for them not to appear in the world. The people of the Nine Heavens were praying because they feared that they were too strong, impossible to face. Meanwhile, the foreign people felt this way because they bore conflicting emotions. It was because once there were emperor clans that appeared in this world, then that era would inevitably belong to the person from an emperor clan. Everyone else can forget about competing with him. The competition for the position of supreme being, the pursuit of undying Tao achievement, who could match them? It would definitely belong to the emperor race. Come, emperor race, let me see what kind of skills you all have. Xianxia released a low roar. Right now, the situation was extremely grim. This was not just a single emperor race, he was surrounded by them. This isn't fair. What kind of cruel heavenly tribulation is this? How could it make him fight a group by himself? Chao Yuxing shouted. However, the heavenly tribulation was unfeeling. It wouldn't give any type of response, so this type of shout was useless. Heh. I really am looking forward to this. Just how is Huang going to meet his end? Wang Shi's grandfather said. Of course, only those at his side could hear him. He still didn't dare provoke public anger. Everyone was watching carefully, because the effects of this battle would have long-lasting effects. They would now see just how terrifying emperor races really were. Kill! Finally, there was an emperor race youth who moved, moreover a woman. Her figure was tall, but also slender. She was even half a head taller than men. Her steps like a swaying lotus, a finger pointing at the space between Xiao's brows. Hong! Golden light surged from her finger. Endless divine, multicolored light accompanied it. It was as if there was undying aura that erupted here, terrifying beyond compare. Her arm turned into a faint golden color. Golden light completely extended towards that finger. The most powerful divine radiance shot out, piercing towards Xiao. Meanwhile, her entire being was surrounded by hazy primal chaos energy. Mysterious and unfathomable, powerful beyond compare. This was precisely an emperor clan. Once they took action, the entire world would be left in shock. That is Anlin's spear. Many people cried out in alarm. It was because that woman's arm shone. One could see a demonic pattern there that was golden, resplendent, the shape resembling a spear. This pattern was shining, a light golden color gathering towards the woman's finger. Divine radiance shot out, rushing at Xiao. The world immediately broke apart. The power of this finger contained the divine might of Anlin's spear, simply impossible to contend against. It was rumored that as long as one was Anlin's descendant, then they would innately possess his divine might. For example, the golden spear in Anlin's right hand could engrave a few imprints on the clansman's arms. Reincarnation. Xiao released a shout, directly activating his innate supreme being precious technique. It was powerful beyond compare, incredibly tyrannical, accompanied by the power of time, erupting here. His reincarnation fist was powerful to the extreme, divine might matchless. Fragments of time were everywhere, fluttering about here, drowning out everything in front of him. Ding! The reincarnation fist smashed into the divine golden radiance released by that fine and elegant finger, the two clashing intensely. That was a golden spear, too brilliant. However, after it was wrapped within the power of time, it started to be corroded, golden light becoming a bit dim. Chong! The golden spear shook, shedding a layer of rust, caused by the power of time. It shone resplendently again, piercing over. Dang! Xiao immediately sent another fist over. Everyone was shocked. These were precisely emperor clans, they took action. Moreover, right at this time, on the other great golden paths, the other figures also moved. They walked forward, moreover raising their palms, using ancestral methods to attack Huang. When the emperor clans took action, who could face them? It wasn't a single person who moved. While standing on the great golden paths, even though their movements weren't that fast, they moved together, all of them wishing to kill Xiao. This was an extremely serious matter. Since ancient times, forget about being able to fight a group of them, just finding someone who could fight one-on-one with an emperor race was extremely hard. Once an emperor clan appeared, the entire world would bow down. They would sweep through everything, no one able to face them. They were the embodiment of unequaled, living legends, never having opponents. Unless they encountered each other, How could they not sweep through all enemies unstoppably? At their level, among their peers, no one could keep them in check, to the extent where no opponents could be found. Just how terrifying was this? When other creatures saw them, they would all be in despair, not having the qualifications to fight at all, the difference too great. Heh. Huang, if you survive through this, then it can be considered defying the heavens. I will feel admiration for you. In the distance, Wang Shi's grandfather laughed, face covered in wrinkles, teeth white. This smile seemed a bit cold, naturally not sincere. He felt that Hao was going to die. Zhang. The golden spear was too brilliant, the spear tip sharp, endless radiance shooting out, rushing into the heavens, shaking the world, unstoppable, killing energy, world shocking. It rose up in the time fragments, crossing through time, shooting straight for the space between Hao's brows, wishing to pierce through with one blow, take his life. Hao's eyes released cold lightning, fist after fist smashing out, simply as if he wanted to grasp the power of time, seizing the force of the golden spear. One could see piece after piece of metal being left behind. The golden spear was struck by him, fragments left behind, rust marks coming off, to the extent where it even broke apart. However, after each strike, it would shine resplendently again, as if it went through rebirth after endless tempering. This was extremely terrifying. This golden spear seemed like it was impossible to destroy. Even after it broke down, it could still gather together again, killing energy endless. It was because it wasn't a tangible object to being with, just an imprint on Anlin clan's arm, belonging to an undying king. This weapon had previously killed all enemies under the heavens. Even though endless time had passed, now only produced in one's blood, it still didn't fade, allowing direct descendants to possess unmatched might. A single emperor race was already this terrifying. How were they supposed to defeat a group of them? Not good, Chao Yuxing said with a heavy voice. According to this type of situation, even if Hao could resist it in the end, sharing the limelight, he would still be killed by the other emperor race youth. Shatter the everlasting. That woman released a light shout. A blast of white mist sprayed out from her mouth, surging to the golden spear, making it more and more resplendent, unstoppable, piercing through the world. Was this strike going to directly break through Hao's reincarnation defense? Many people's hearts were pushed to their throats, feeling worry for him. Dong. Right at this time, Hao released a muffled groan. Even the void was trembling, as if an immortal drum was being struck, sounding here, making everyone's souls tremble. At the same time, streaks shone within his body one after another like blood, but also like immortal energy. It was incredibly dazzling, shining through his body. Mysterious patterns were condensing, deriving, and then interweaving with the reincarnation bone texts, immediately making him stronger. This was an extremely terrifying thing, happening suddenly. Hao's aura erupted, power increasing, as if he became several times more powerful, able to travel unstoppably through the heavens. This was his third type of supreme being method. It had never truly formed, still transforming all this time. Now it was displayed by him. When this precious technique first appeared, it was extremely blurry, its real use unclear, but now it gradually became more and more distinct. It could support other abilities, make his own precious techniques even more terrifying. As a result, his reincarnation divine ability seemed to have been ignited, surging crazily. A long river of time appearing, imprisoning this place, as if a great calamity was descending onto this world. Dang! Finally, after this attack, Hao's fist smashed through the golden spear imprint Anlin left his descendants with. With a kacha noise, the golden spear broke in half, unable to condense again this time, breaking part. Anlin whirled, annihilating art. However, that woman didn't feel fear. She released a light shout, displaying another type of unmatched ancestral method, attacking Hao. At the same time, many weapons appeared in his surroundings, stabbing towards Hao. The other emperor races took action, wishing to kill Hao. All of these happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, just too fast. Hong! Sure Hao rose up, stepping on many weapons, entire body jumping high into the air. Kill! Below, those individuals attacked with their weapons, some holding great halberds, others grasping war spears, some carrying divine swords dripping with blood, others having divine furnaces floating above their heads. In this moment, killing energy overflowed into the heavens. The emperor races all moving to kill Sure Hao. Only now did everyone feel that this was a heavenly tribulation, not true bodies. It was because if the emperor races were here, they wouldn't work together because they were all domineering and prideful. However, it was precisely because of this that one could see how terrifying the situation was. Sure Hao encountered this type of danger, a situation of inevitable death, difficult to survive it. You have to make it through, the lunar jade rabbit shouted out, providing encouragement. Freakish tribulation. A single opponent is one thing, but with a group of emperor clans appearing, what can one even bring out to face them? The heavenly horned ant cursed, expressing unfairness there. 6 Dao reincarnations. At the center of the battlefield, Sure Hao roared, using his ancient heavenly art, his entire being forming magical imprints. 6 types of hand seals shook the heavens above and earth below. He used Supreme Hall's great method, staking it all here. Hong! Light drowned out this place. All of the weapons were raised high, facing him, brilliant beyond compare, divine force overflowing. Great Dao symbols were densely packed, illuminating the world. Pooh! At this moment, Sure Hao was injured. There was a war spear that pierced through his ribs, a divine sword that impaled his chest, a great halberd embedded in his shoulder. Emperor race, any one of them would be incomparable, able to sweep through all enemies, no opponents in their level. Now, they appeared together. Just how terrifying of a thing was this? This scene was simply unimaginable. Sure Hao! Chao Yuxing shouted. Survive! The heavenly horned ant released a low shout. This isn't fair, the lunar jade rabbit shouted. However, there was no way the heavenly tribulation would reply. Reality was just this cruel. Jin Zhan's grandfather smiled, nodding his head slightly. He knew that the situation was already decided, that there was no need to worry about anything. However, he still felt a bit restless inside. What were they supposed to do when they faced foreign emperor clans in the future? If they grouped up together, then it would be too difficult. Jin family only had one Qilin child. Dong! A loud noise sounded. Sure Hao's entire body shone, raising his head and roaring out, his head of black hair like a waterfall, scattering down. His body erupted with powerful divine radiance. Hong! At this moment, 3 types of innate supreme being precious techniques all appeared, Heaven Calamity Light Reincarnation, and the 3rd type that could support the other precious techniques surged like divine flames, rushing out from every inch of his flesh, fully erupting, incredibly dazzling. Chong! He struggled up, rushing into the sky. The war spears, great halberds, divine swords, and other things were pulled out of his body, unable to dig in any further. At the same time, arrows of blood sprayed out from his body one after another. Kill! Sure Hao released a loud shout. He condensed fist imprints, slaughtering his way downwards, 3 types of supreme being precious techniques overlaying, fighting these emperor clans alone. He didn't fear life or death, boldness incomparable. One could see streak after streak of terrifying divine light shooting out from his fist imprints, blasting down, power world shocking all of his peers. Suppress! There was an emperor clan youth who released a cold shout, attacking towards the sky. This wasn't just one person, but rather attacks from one person after another. Anlin, Shuchuo, and others' descendants were terrifyingly strong, each stronger than the last. Even when they appeared alone, their fighting strength could be said to be matchless in this world. Imperial light rushed into the heavens, as if a group of human immortals were attacking. It was just too terrifying, shocking everyone. Every single cultivator was asking themselves, if they were in his place, would they be able to make it through? Clearly, the answer made many people's faces pale. Pong! Sure Hao was struck flying. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His flesh was damaged under all types of imperial light, blood soaking his battle clothes, body flying far into the distance. This was one of the few times he suffered so greatly since he appeared in the world. His entire body almost broke apart, almost blasted rotten. Those ancestral methods were too terrifying. At this moment, heaven and earth became quiet, many people looking at him quietly, not looking down on him, not laughing coldly or ridiculing him, but rather feeling shock. These were the ancestral methods of Anlin, Shuchuo, Luoma, and others, displayed by emperor races. How terrifying was this? If it was another youngster who went up, they would be directly blasted to pieces. Meanwhile, Hao was fighting against several ancestral methods, yet he still didn't die, not breaking apart. This type of battle accomplishment shocked past and present. "I will bestow death upon you." An emperor race youth stepped out, his figure robust, also quite tall and slender, voice extremely cold, flesh carrying primal chaos energy, pressing forward. It wasn't just one person who moved, the others also attacked. Streak after streak of imperial light were released again, shaking up heaven and earth. Hao raised his head, releasing a great roar. He really couldn't accept this. How could he be defeated here? How could he die here? He wanted to win, surpass everyone, even if emperor races stood in his way. The space between his brows shone. With a hong noise, the lightning pool imprint appeared, and then it enlarged, rushing towards the top of his head, turning into a mysterious pool, lighting radiance flowing out from it. He was able to use the lightning pool while experiencing a heavenly tribulation. This was the highest profound mystery of the Lightning Emperor Precious technique, comprehended by him not long ago. Hong! Tribulation descended from the lightning pool, killing everyone. However, there were too many enemies, too powerful, not 1-versus-1 battles. In the end, Hao coughed out blood, flying outwards, flesh in tatters, almost losing his life. "What are you going to bring out to compete? What methods do you have left?" In the distance, Jean Jean's grandfather continuously snickered, sitting down to watch the result. This was a situation of despair. These were the most powerful emperor clans, not just one or two of them, but rather a group. They took action together, all of them in the same cultivation realm. Who could stop them? It isn't to win, but to live. If you can hold on, then it's the same as victory. The lunar jade rabbit's eyes carried tears, screaming out loudly. It was because she knew that this was the most difficult trial Huang had ever faced, most likely resulting in an eternal separation. After the lightning tribulation passed, they might never see him again. It was difficult to find an opportunity for life in this situation of despair. The great tribulation this time was too terrifying. Hao didn't have a chance of life, unable to escape this fate at all. Everyone couldn't help but release a sigh. The heavenly tribulation was too terrifying, exceeding all those of history, more difficult than the other heavenly tribulations. When corresponding to his cultivation realm, this could be considered history's most powerful heavenly tribulation. "I am the strongest," Hao roared. He didn't give up, not dejected like the spectators, still struggling. Hong! Streak after streak of emperor light surged, blasting through his flesh. Bloody holes appeared one after another, blood gushing out, truly a ghastly sight. However, it was precisely at this time that Hao's body underwent a miraculous change, becoming half golden, as if cast from golden, and then the other half pitch black like an abyss. It was too strange. He bathed in blood, head raised, releasing a roar. A mysterious fluctuation surged from within his body. When Emperor Race Youth attacked, with unmatched ancestral methods erupting one after another, death approaching, potential was finally unleashed. This was Hao's present condition. His body carried a wave of deep power, as if it surged from the abyss, undulating, spreading, rushing out from the surface of his body. The left side of his body was dazzling like gold, releasing kangxiang noises like metal, like a blazing sun. It released the most forceful and brilliant aura, leaving all sides shaken. Meanwhile, the right side of his body was pitch black like ink, like an abyss, as if it could devour all light, dark and terrifying, a great force swirling about. It was to the extent where even his hair was like this, half golden like a flame, half pitch black like a demonic realm, black mists surging polar extremes. This was an extremely shocking transformation, no one expecting him to develop to this extent. This was completely because he was in a critical situation, forced to do this. Of course, perhaps it could also be said that this was the release after being suppressed to the limit. A massive power emerged from within his body. A creature rose up behind him, roaring with him. Great Yin, Great Yang. These two power attributes opposed each other. Yet they appeared within a single body, tremendous beyond comparison, making Xianxia's fighting strength surge. This was an irregular change when a type of precious technique reached the extreme. For example, the Lightning Emperor precious technique, it changed during the slaughter, allowing Xianxia's comprehension to reach the real meaning. He comprehended the lightning pool power increasing many times. Now, the Kuan-Peng technique transformed, pushed to the pinnacle while in a state of despair, its true meaning also comprehended by Xianxia, grasping the ultimate profound meanings. Behind him, a divine Peng spread its wings and soared into the heavens, standing in the darkness. Golden patterns covered its body densely, black and gold divine light interweaving, devouring heaven and earth. Hong! Xianxia erupted with power, releasing a great roar, brandishing fist imprints, displaying power at the very pinnacle. Using the divine might of Great Yin and Great Yang, he attacked the emperor races, challenging the enemies around him. Only, there were just too many enemies, tremendous power crashing down like stars one after another. Even someone as powerful as him, body resembling an imperishable golden body, right now still cracked apart. Still not enough. How can one dare to compete against emperor races? Someone said coldly. There were more than one emperor race here, and they were even working together. It really was impossible to win. This was a group of people. Blood flowed from the surface of Xianxia's body, his bones even rumbling. He released a long roar, a mouthful of blood essence spraying out from his mouth, golden light and dark light rushing out from his body, merging there. Great Yang and Great Yin formed a diagram, combining and then blasting forward. The power increased rapidly. This diagram faced the foreign enemies. This was the embodiment of the Kuan-Peng method evolved to the peak. He gained a flash of realization here. Peng! This diagram blasted forward. A world-shaking explosion erupted there. After Great Yin and Great Yang collided, the power that was produced was incomparable. Hong! Xianxia flew outwards, still coughing out blood, body in tatters, on the verge of collapse. However, he didn't die, still persevering. No one laughed at him, all of them facing him seriously. They originally thought that he would be suppressed and killed, that he would undoubtedly die after the emperor races joined hands. But this time he still didn't die. This was enough to leave others in shock just by itself, all of them stunned. Lightning Emperor and Kuan-Peng's true essence had all been obtained by Xianxia. If he was able to live through this, able to calmly study them a bit more, his benefits would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, he was only one person. Even if he obtained the true essence, he still couldn't face a group of emperor race youth alone. He was still going to die in the end. What methods do you still have? If you don't have any more, then you'll be buried here, an emperor clan woman said coldly and ruthlessly. Her graceful body moved, taking the lead in attacking. Xianxia remained quiet, not as violent as before. Even if he obtained the true essence of two types of unmatched precious techniques, it still wasn't enough. Facing them one-on-one was fine, but fighting a group of extraordinary creatures would still result in death. At this moment, his body released a weak light, releasing green multicolored light. A willow tree appeared behind him, taking root in the void. His branches fell green like jade. Kill! Xianxia released a shout. The green willow branches turned into a light golden color. As he brandished his fist, tens of thousands of willow branches extended, rushing forward. Hong! Immediately afterwards, this willow tree quietly moved, piercing through the universe. All of the branches were terrifying beyond compare. extending towards every one of the Emperor race individuals. Moreover, under the joint suppression of the Emperor clans, this tree's aura became increasingly exuberant, reaching the pinnacle. Then, it erupted with power, releasing endless primordial essence energy. Wang! The great universe trembled. At this moment, the mists turned into clouds, carrying unimaginable innate chaotic energy, wrapping around Hao, accompanying him as he charged viciously. The willow tree in heaven and earth primal chaos, its precious technique evolved, now returning to the primitive, tracing back to its source, some of willow deity's mysteries now visible. From a certain perspective, Hao also saw the true essence of this type of precious technique, grasping its highest profound meanings. In the same day, he grasped the highest true essence of 3 types of precious techniques at the same time, all of them forced out while fighting at the brink of life and death, comprehending the true meaning. Hong! A wave of primitive essence energy accompanied Hao, following him as he collided with those emperor races. This place was incomparably resplendent, extremely dazzling. Hao still couldn't defeat his enemies, his entire body flying out diagonally, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood, body almost breaking apart. He made it through another exchange. In the distance, everyone was shaken, great waves stirring within their minds. He actually resisted another fatal blow. Willow tree, it is that creature, you obtained its inheritance, an emperor race youth said. Even though it was produced by heavenly tribulation, he still revealed a look of shock. This great tribulation engraved too many true matters. It was clear that willow deity possessed extraordinary fame in the foreign side. It was to the extent where not even the creatures of the 9 heavens 10 earths knew of it. After all, this great era was a different one. The 9 heavens 10 earths had previously been completely wiped out, all experts buried, causing many things, many secrets to be buried, not knowing as much as the other side. In the end, it still isn't my own method. Not me who took the path first. Hao said with a light sigh. These methods, after obtaining a type of true essence, they could all be considered unmatched divine abilities, able to overlook the world, show disdain for the masses, but if one wanted to use them to face a group of emperor races, it was still not enough. In reality, no one believed that someone could rely on their strength alone to challenge the joint attacks of emperor race youth. What do I have left? Hao asked himself. When he saw those people walk over, stepping on their respective great golden path, he released a light sigh. Could it be that he really was going to fall? This really was hard to accept. Kill! His palms shone. Even if he was going to die, he was going to die in battle here. He operated the true primordial record, at the same time used imperishable scripture, fighting fiercely with the emperor races. Pong! Pooh! The noises were deafening. Bloody light shone. No matter how strong Hao was, when faced with peerless creatures' unmatched ancestral methods, he alone was still not enough. His body broke apart, blood scattering everywhere. In the intense confrontation, his body was blasted apart, his head flying far into the distance. Chi! Willow branches shot out one after another, wrapping around his ruined body. He used the willow deity method to seize his body, reassembling himself, making his injuries heal. This was an extremely miserable scene. To reach this step could be considered unprecedented as well, actually enduring these types of opponents and torment. What methods do you still have? An emperor race youth asked. They were going to deal the finishing blow now. I have to have my own path, have my own method, Hao said to himself. He stood up, entire body covered in blood. Even his hair was dripping wet. He had many injuries, right now looking like shattered pottery, as if just a light touch would shatter his body. A grand final stand. Many people sighed inwardly. It was not easy for Huang to reach this stage. It truly was hard to persevere forward, destined to fall here. My path, my method is still a bit far. It isn't time to take that step yet, but I have to give it a try. Hao's eyes shone again, starting to burn like 2 torches. Back then, he already began to feel out a path. His single heavenly passage condensed within his body, turning into an extreme point in his abdomen, and then it erupted, splitting the heaven and earth, plundering the limitless treasury within his body. Only this was still extremely rough, not detailed enough. However, now that he was forced to this extent, he had to give every method a try. What kind of time is it already, yet you still want to establish your own path? Who do you think you are? Do you really think you are a reincarnated immortal king? In the distance, Wang Shi's grandfather really couldn't hold himself back, inwardly ridiculing him. Even though his voice was extremely soft, there were still some people who heard this. They couldn't help but glare at him angrily. Present world methods, immortal ancient methods, my rough method, all of it, merged together, combined systems. Xianxia roared out. He had a path within him. Right now the mists gradually scattered. He saw some things clearly, and now he was going to put it into action. During these years, he used his body as a seed, always searching for secrets within himself. He saw gates one after another, all of them concentrated in his flesh, within his bones. Since every inch of his flesh carried endless precious deposits, why was there a need to cultivate bone texts and other things? Why didn't he just search within his own body? This was the method he wanted to try. Meanwhile, after much research and pondering, the number of gates he saw became greater in number, as if the gathering point of power was waiting to explode and be unleashed. Of course, this was an enlightenment he only obtained after using his body as a seed. Only when he truly did this was he able to clearly see those gates' distinct arrangement. Hong! At this moment Xianxia moved. His single heavenly passage appeared, surrounding himself, becoming incomparably resplendent like a divine ring. This left the 9 heavens cultivators shocked. This was the extreme of the present world methods. They had heard that Xianxia was the first one to achieve this, merging 10 heavenly passages into one. Now they saw it with their own eyes. The foreign emperor races were also shocked. They stared at him, choosing to form imprints, wishing to wipe him out. However, what was completely unexpected was that the single heavenly passage shrunk, not trying to carry out defense, but instead entering his abdomen, forming an extreme point, ready to explode at any moment. This was different from the tests before, but rather a full-on explosion, a single mistake resulting in the destruction of body and spirit, exploding to pieces. Kuan Peng technique, Xianxia roared. Great Yin and Great Yang appeared, wrapping together, forming a yin-yang diagram. Lightning Emperor technique. Lightning tribulation appeared, representing destruction, but also giving birth to new life. That was a lightning pool, representing destructive power itself, but there was lightning tribulation liquid inside, signifying hope. Pang! The lightning pool shrunk, becoming a single point. It entered the yin-yang diagram, lightning tribulation liquid coming out, entering the yin-yang diagram. They became the 2 extreme points of life and death. Willow deity technique. Xianxia roared out. A mouthful of chaotic energy gushed out, turning into something similar to willow branches, and then entered the yin-yang divine diagram, becoming the dividing line of the great yin and great yang. Qi. At this moment, after this divine diagram formed, it also rushed into his abdomen, continuously shrinking, merging with the single heavenly passage extreme point, becoming one. All of this was for the sake of escorting this process, to prevent him from truly blasting himself to pieces. The diagram just now looked simple, but it contained the Kuan Peng technique, Lightning Emperor technique, and Willow Deity technique, formed from regulations and order, mixing with a heavenly passage, entering his abdomen, carrying unmatched profound mysteries and secret power. However, this was still not enough. Xianxia released a light shout, transferring the most precious 3 streaks of scattered immortal energy within him, displaying the immortal ancient scripture, surrounding his abdomen, protecting near all of the gates by his abdomen, making this place white and hazy, as if he was in an immortal realm. Immortal ancient method, present world method, everything was used. Xianxia raised his head and roared, "Open my path, my own technique." He was going to blow up this place, open up all of the gates, step on a path he forged himself. Xianxia's voice was resounding as he said, "The first step, I will call it Sea of Reincarnation." Xianxia was going to detonate the extreme point at the center of his abdomen, split heaven and earth here, release the power within the gates, from this step on his own path. In the surroundings, on the great golden paths, figures stood one after another. Those were Emperor race experts, all of them raising their hands, holding weapons, or forming magical imprints, aiming at sure how to kill him. Open! Sure how released a loud shout. He made his decision. He was going to establish his own path, ignite the single heavenly passage that was compressed to a single point, wishing to open up the various gates within his abdomen. This was where the gates were concentrated, this special place in his body becoming the best choice. However, the result of doing this was unimaginable, the dangers too great, risk of body torn and bones crushed at every turn, body and spirit destroyed. It was too extreme and risky. Hong! It was as if the heavens were collapsing. By Sherhao's abdomen, large amounts of divine light appeared, erupting there like a sun, incredibly blinding, making everyone's eyes sore, difficult to stare straight at. This was especially the case when there was a wave of unimaginable energy rushing out, the domain powerful, tearing apart heaven and earth, affecting the stability of time and space. No one expected someone to be this intense and straightforward when breaking through. Others always went about things step by step, while Sherhao was gambling with his life and death a single thought. A single wrong move and his body and Tao might fade, no longer a Sherhao in this world. Qi. In the surroundings, there were people who attacked, forming imprints, displaying ancestral methods, attacking fiercely, wishing to blast apart that resplendent sphere of light, destroy Sherhao. There was one who held pitch-black iron spears, piercing through the dome of heaven, blasting apart the sky dome, powerful and domineering. He wanted to pierce through that sphere of light, end Sherhao's life. On the golden paths, the Emperor race figures were incredibly serious. They used all of their strength because they sensed something. They couldn't let Sherhao take that step. Hong Long Long. The heavens collapsed and earth ruptured. Ghosts cried and deities howled. Rain poured down onto this place, the rainwater a scarlet-red color, because this was blood. Heaven crying actually happened here. Apart from this, the corpses of gods and devils were everywhere in the skies above, ancient people as well, to the extent where there were dead bodies that were suspected to belong to true immortals floating in the void. This scene was world-shaking, making everyone's scalps turn numb. Why did so many strange scenes appear when Huang treaded on his own path? They aren't all irregular scenes. There are some that are real. Some of the corpses struggled free from immortal graves, guided over by a mysterious power. What is the so-called shocking past and present? This is it. Even the ancient people were roused. Even though they already died, those who possessed undying bodies, those who were especially powerful, they were still guided over through the interactions of heaven and mankind, emerging in this world, appearing in the sky. Is this the acknowledgement of heaven and earth? Or is this hostility? Regardless, this is a type of magnificent feat, someone said with a sullen voice. As a result, everyone was shaken up, difficult for them to say anything. Only a few people could still mutter quietly. The place Sherhao was at was still resplendent, incredibly dazzling, difficult for one to see his true body. It was because the extreme point within his body exploded, single heavenly passage expanding, detonating the immortal gates, displaying unimaginable power. A curtain of light overflowed, divine force like a great river, rushing out from his body, dazzling to the extreme, divine aura hiding the sky and covering the earth. The Emperor race's attacks were stopped because the extreme point exploded. Those gates opened. The power that rushed out immediately collided with the ancestral techniques of the Emperor races, clashing with their weapons. This was a powerful collision. Sherhao was in an extremely miserable state, flesh almost destroyed, bones all fractured, blood flowing from his abdomen, body badly mangled. After the explosions of light erupted one after another, he almost reached the end of his life. The risk he took this time, the process of opening gates, was just too fierce. He already made enough preparations using the Kuan-Peng technique, Willow Deity technique, and Lightning Emperor technique together, forming a yin-yang divine diagram, merging it with the extreme point precisely for the sake of suppressing, defending, and protecting his body. However, despite this being the case, this type of forcefully opening the gates was still too tyrannical. Opening the gates left himself half-crippled as well. Bone texts interweaved, yin-yang diagram appearing, suppressing the tyrannical power, adjusting his condition, wishing to calm the disorder. At the same time, the immortal scripture operated, 3 strands of immortal energy appearing, repairing Xianxia's body, especially his abdomen region. This pure white mist possessing inconceivable power. His body's condition originally would have continuously worsened, and then completely collapsed, burst into flames, but it now stopped, to the extent where he was even slowly recovering. He wasn't killed? The Emperor race youngsters were stunned, feeling deeply shocked. How powerful was their final joint attack? Could even be called a fatal blow, but they failed again. Thank you all for helping me accomplish my goal. Xianxia smiled. In his mouth was a bloody foam. Body even more so incredibly tattered. White bones visible, blood gushing out. However, he was smiling, moreover extremely brilliantly, a truly sincere smile. It was because he knew that he had begun to succeed, making it through, that he was still alive. He thanked the Emperor race youngsters, because when their ancestral methods, weapons, and other attacks arrived, there were some that broke through the barrier of light, immediately clashing with the power that rushed out from the gate. It was to the extent where there were war spears, great halberds, and other things that ultimately pierced into his body, making contact with the gates, causing destructive power to immediately erupt. There were people from the Emperor races whose pupils contracted. Dark metal spears snapped, great halberds breaking apart. Even more so ancestral methods that produced backlash, causing a tremendous wave of power to sweep in reverse. For sure how it was too dangerous just now. If not for using their attacks too, even if he had the divine diagram produced by the Lightning Emperor technique, Willow Deity technique, and Kuan-Peng technique, merging it into his abdomen, moreover operating immortal energy to rescue and recover, it would have still been too dangerous. It was to the point where he might have died just now, explode to pieces under the powerful changes, turn into a pile of ashes. Both inside and outside were stimulated, detonating, allowing him to succeed, moreover helping him take on some of the burden of the destruction, allowing him to make it through the most dangerous beginning stage. Hong! Xianxia's abdomen shone. Gates opened one after another, mixing together, surging with endless vitality. His body was quickly recovering. However, soon afterwards, a strange change happened. A wave of death energy also surged from there, forming thick smoke, about to corrode his body, destroy his life force. What is going on? Everyone was shocked. Why was there death energy? Wasn't this bringing about one's own destruction? When one looked carefully, they discovered that this was released by some gates, surging out, linking up together, eventually forming a sea of death, surging there. The only fortunate thing was that some gates surged with light spring liquid, sparkling and replete with moisture, opposing the death energy. Soon afterwards, everyone understood. They sucked in cold breaths of air. Were these the secrets within the body? The human body was one of balance, the world also in an equilibrium. With life force, there would also be a deathly stillness. Xianxia opened up the sea of reincarnation within his abdomen. Within it both life and death. Large amounts of doors mixed together, connecting together, linked up by bridge-like tunnels, allowing them to combine and separate. Within Xianxia's abdomen, the so-called sea of reincarnation was changing powerfully, everything turning on its head. It was because when all of the gates here were opened up, the human body would go through a unique transformation. It could be said that this was a type of transformation, to be more precise, a type of rebirth, but only in this area. The heavens were altered, earth changed, becoming completely different. Immortal energy pervaded the air, covering this region, treating his injuries. Yin and yang harmonized, forming a divine disk, life and death interdependent, deriving into an innate Tao diagram, suppressing this place, forming a Taiji-like sea of reincarnation. The sea was formed from death energy, reincarnation from the divine disk of life. They blended together, forming a Tao diagram. Life and death rotated together, life unending, death circulating, forming a balance. What is that? How did he accomplish this? Many people were seriously shocked. They wanted to pry into the mysterious, truly see the sea of reincarnation that appeared in this world for the first time, but they already couldn't do so. That place was covered in immortal energy, primal chaos mist appearing, covering it. Moreover, after Xiao's damaged body and abdomen healed, his flesh recovered, quickly restoring his body. What exactly is there over there? What is going on? At this time, even Jin Zhan frowned, lowering his head and thinking. This youngster's life force really is too tenacious. Why is he still not dead? Making it through alive again. Wang Shi's grandfather grinded his teeth. Feeling like this was inconceivable. Huang made it through again and again. Moreover, this time he seemed to have obtained tremendous benefits, making him feel uneasy. If Huang truly was allowed to continue down his path, then only heaven knew how far he would go. Jin Zhan's grandfather also spoke up, saying, I just refuse to believe that he really can establish a system by himself. Who does he think he is, that he can surpass all those before him? Why isn't that death energy corroding him? Someone asked in puzzlement. Many people understood that Xiao's path was too frightening, unearthing his body's deepest mysteries, truly releasing all of the power within his flesh. Not even death energy was overlooked. However, he grasped equilibrium, making life and death coexist. During a true confrontation, how great would this destructive power be? Moreover, life and death were interconnected, a cycle and reincarnation, that sea of reincarnation becoming the motherland, becoming the land of beginning. In the future, one could just imagine that this place would further evolve, become the source of divine force. Just now, quite a few people saw the countless gates were concentrated in Xiao's position, as if they were established, interweaving into a complete body, definitely defying the heavens. The power of all of the other gates in his body had divine force drawn from them, and then after being absorbed, mixed together and concentrated. The sea of reincarnation was destined to become the land of beginning. The more they thought about it, the more everyone felt horrified. Huang established a terrifying path. If he continued down this path, his accomplishments would be unimaginable. This was still the beginning. There were still too many mysteries waiting for him to unearth, waiting for him to perfect. Everyone really wanted to know what was going on, but they couldn't see through that place at all. They only saw a hurried glance, unable to clearly understand the mysteries on a deeper level. Apart from this, who dared open up a sea of reincarnation like this? Huang's methods were too powerful, creating a world in his abdomen. Being able to live after doing this could be considered a miracle, no one else able to do this. Moreover, could others merge 10 heavenly passages into one? He was the first one, no one before him able to do this. Using this as a foundation, only then was there an explosion, establishing this sea of reincarnation. The Emperor race youth were also watching, all of them alarmed, wishing to know what was going on. That was why none of them took action, all of them observing Xiao. Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled, all types of auspicious scenes appearing. There was a vague, multicolored brilliance that erupted. In the end, immortal light appeared in large amounts, covering heaven and earth as it descended. Then, divine sacrificial sounds could be heard, as if to console the ancient people, making all of the ancient corpses that appeared before disappear, return to their graves. Apart from this, great stars covered the sky, moving quickly. There were all types of immortal Tao true spirit engravings that appeared, dragons rising, phoenixes crying. It was just too astonishing. Meanwhile, on the ground and in the void, these places were even more so filled with great Tao divine lotuses, becoming pure gold in color. There were many medicinal herbs and other things, making this place auspicious like immortal earth. At the same time, divine bridges descended from the heavenly dome, as if they wanted to bring Xiao away from this place, take him back. All of the creatures were stupefied, because irregular scenes appeared one after another, several dozen of them appearing in the blink of an eye, making this place resplendent and divine. This everything was because Xiao took that step, establishing his own method and path, triggering these heavenly changes. Kill! The Emperor race youth shouted out, all of them taking action, not giving Xianxia a chance anymore, wishing to kill him here. I am also looking forward to this, wishing to give it a try. See how the battle will be now, Xianxia said. He established the Sea of Reincarnation, equivalent to establishing a great Tao foundation again. Moreover, the Sea of Reincarnation was established in one go, only the details missing, needing time to polish. The true great divine might could already be displayed. The numerous gates were all opened up in one go. The power was unimaginable. Together with the path and methods he now grasped, as well as his profound cultivation, his fighting strength was naturally shocking. However, before they could take action again, a shocking change took place. In the heavenly dome above, inside the lightning radiance, something fell, accompanied by immortal energy, releasing imperishable immortal light. Something fell from the heavenly dome. Moreover, just that extraordinary, auspicious light released in endless streaks. That thing was hazy and auspicious, as if a heavenly treasure had fallen into this world. However, when Xianxia saw this thing, his entire body went cold, producing a layer of goosebumps. He had seen this thing before. When he was facing tribulation before, he had already seen this thing, but he never touched it, instead only watching it from the distance. Now it approached him, rushing in his direction. Immortal killing stage. This Tao platform had a guillotine on it. It looked auspicious from the distance, but up close, it was horrifying, making one's entire body go cold from head to toe. If this thing appeared and targeted someone, it could be said to be inevitable death, difficult for that individual to survive. It was rumored to be prepared for creatures who had achieved heaven-defying things. I understand. Huang has stepped onto his own path, and now he triggered the legendary immortal killing stage, someone said quietly. Even from far away, everyone still felt their skulls turn numb. This thing had only appeared in historical records, even more horrifying than lightning tribulation. Once the guillotine descended, it would send one into the afterlife. Everyone knew this because there were engravings in bone books that talked about this clearly. Now they saw the real thing. Heavenly tribulation still had a trace of hope for making it through, but once this thing appeared, it simply left one in despair. It was practically impossible to survive it. Of course, from a certain perspective, it was also heavenly tribulation, an especially difficult trial within it, exceeding the cultivation realm one should have. It was a slice of inevitable death. Is there no heavenly reason left? Is it even letting one live? Chao Yuxing couldn't help but want to curse. After thinking about it carefully, everyone knew that the immortal killing stage definitely appeared because Xianxia stepped on his own path, displaying a type of completely different system. It was because the effects of this were too great. Only this type of heaven-defying imprint could provoke the immortal killing stage. From a certain perspective, regardless of whether Xianxia lived today or not, he would definitely be recorded in history, becoming a well-known person. It was because forget about this great era, even in immortal ancient great era, how many people could trigger the immortal killing stage? The most powerful heavenly tribulation in all of history, and then together with the immortal killing stage, this is guaranteed death. Everyone sighed. The heavenly tribulation this time exceeded normal reasoning. No way of making it through at all. Excellent, with this type of death blade descending, then it is the end of all trouble. We don't have to constantly be worried anymore. Jean Jean's grandfather said coldly to himself. The world is unfair. Why are there so many difficulties? The lunar jade rabbit cried out, expressing discontent and unfairness for Xianxia. This was deliberately placing one in death, not granting any hope. Live! The heavenly horned ant shouted. Moreover, he flung out the everlasting sword core, returning it to Xianxia, wanting him to use it to protect himself. This was what Xianxia gave it before facing tribulation to avoid the sword core triggering some kind of strange change. Now, the heavenly horned ant returned it to him. Xianxia sighed. He accepted the sword core, but then threw it back, saying, "If I can't return, then it's yours." It was because he knew that the sword core wouldn't help him in this situation. This was heavenly tribulation. It couldn't be avoided, couldn't be ran from. He could only rely on himself to make it through, to persevere on. At this moment, many people were shouting, transmitting sound, talking to Xianxia. However, he ignored them, as if he was completely isolated from the world. He was thinking of countermeasures. He thought that the joint attacks of the Emperor races were already a great killing disaster. Who would have thought that the most terrifying scene was still to come? Hong. The immortal killing stage descended, actually directly arriving here. It wasn't far or close, perfectly suppressing this region, locking down everything. The Tao platform wasn't that massive, but it was simple and ancient, all of the immortal light restrained, revealing its modeled true body. It didn't look like it was produced by lightning, no different from a true stone platform. The guillotine possessed restrained immortal light. It was extremely deep, carrying a type of dark red bloody light, as if it drank its fill of supreme being blood, innately having a type of killing intent. At this moment, the Emperor races were at a complete loss as for what to do as well, still standing there, all of them staring at the immortal killing stage. Kacha. After a momentary silence, on the immortal killing stage, that guillotine moved, releasing a metal vibrating sound that terrified everyone, making all of cultivators shiver inwardly. Chong. The guillotine trembled, and then under ear-splitting metal grinding sounds, it slowly opened. That dark red blade appeared, raised high up, releasing killing intent. This sound was too terrifying, the metal grinding sounding as if it came from hell, making everyone's souls ice-cold, as if they fell into an underground abyss. Hong. Immediately afterwards, when the dark red guillotine was raised high enough, the entire blade shone again, the divine radiance even making the sun dim, immortal energy surging. It was too extraordinary. It's moving. The execution is starting. Someone cried out in alarm, given a fright, feeling as if waves of coldness surged from his back. A figure was restricted on the immortal killing stage, immediately confined. Then, with a kacha sound, the immortal blade dropped, releasing immortal light, cutting that creature in half. Hong. A clap of thunder suddenly sounded. Lightning radiance filled the skies, shaking up this place. The one who died wasn't sure how, but one of the Emperor race youth. This was unexpected. The guillotine didn't start with sure how, but rather attacked those figures produced by the heavenly tribulation. This exceeded everyone's expectations. Those Emperor race were part of the heavenly tribulation to begin with, so why were they destroyed now? Then all of the surrounding Emperor race youngsters were restricted, locked down on the immortal killing stage. All of them had their turn, their ends easy to predict. Heads tumbled one after another at this moment. The Emperor races all had their heads removed by the guillotine. This was not an ordinary place, it was the immortal killing stage. Even though it was only heads that fell, in reality, the primordial spirits were also destroyed. This scene made everyone's scalps numb. They didn't have any strength to retaliate, couldn't struggle at all. How was one supposed to even resist this? It was because the immortal killing stage was too strong, far exceeding their cultivation realm, not on the same level of magnitude, dying under a single blow. Sure how? Chao Yuxing was screaming, truly worried. But there was nothing he could do. No! The heavenly horned ant and lunar jade rabbit also cried out, because it was now Sure Hao's turn. He was locked up by a streak of light, unable to move anymore. One could see that the immortal light was like chains, winding about Sure Hao's body, tying him up, confining him to that immortal killing stage, bringing him before the blood-red guillotine. Why do I feel like life has suddenly become much more dazzling? Wang Shi's grandfather said quietly, carrying a smile on his face, feeling carefree inside. It was because Sure Hao's display was too heavenly defying, making him feel a deep uneasiness. If this was allowed to continue, only heaven knew what kind of level Huang would reach. Right now, if Huang died under the immortal killing stage, then it was the best result for the Wang family behind him. He wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. Sure Hao laid on the immortal killing stage. Meanwhile, the dark red guillotine released dazzling radiance, accompanied by immortal mist. Then, a terrifying metal grinding sound rang out, starting to descend from above. No! Someone cried out, unable to watch this. However, they were helpless to do anything. The events that took place in a heavenly tribulation were difficult to change, outsiders unable to provide help. The heavenly horned ant, little rabbit, and Chao Yuxing's eyes all immediately became red, widened as they stared forward. Being able to see the immortal killing stage in one's life can also be considered a lucky thing. Jin Zhan's grandfather stroked his beard, smiling as he watched this. Of course, only a few people could hear him, or else he would definitely incur public anger. Hong! Immortal light shot out, blood splashing out. Everyone saw an expanse of scarlet-red color flash past that guillotine. Everyone knew that the guillotine would only be like this when the most powerful blood was tasted. The reason why it was a dark red color was precisely because all of those it killed were unmatched prides of heaven. Don't! Why is it like this? A few people roared out, including the young cultivators inside Imperial Pass, feeling great pity for Shi Hao. They admired the strong. Ever since they learned that Shi Hao killed 10 kings alone in Great Scarlet Sky Border, they already felt incredible admiration. Meanwhile, not long ago they saw Shi Hao charge through the 9 heavens 10 earths, in the end fighting a bloody battle against emperor races, confronting them, and then stepping on his own path, making them feel even more respect. Now, when they saw him die, all of their minds trembled, truly not wishing to see this type of thing happen. He finally died. It's about time for things to end. Wang Shi's grandfather said. Chang. On the immortal killing stage, immortal light became restrained, blood radiance disappearing. The ancient platform was mottled with colors, guillotine returning to a dark red color, no longer shining with blinding radiance. They could now see everything clearly. Everyone looked forward. No. Shi Hao. Now could you die? Huang. The lunar jade rabbit, heavenly horned ant, and others roared angrily, filled with unwillingness and grief. On the immortal killing stage, a corpse remained, severed at the neck. A human head was severed, the blood carrying a light gold radiance. Extremely striking, truly an alarming sight. Huang died just like that. Everyone felt like this wasn't real, as if it was a dream or illusion. One had to understand that he reached the very peak of his life, but he hadn't looked down on all, never truly contending with the emperor races, yet he died just like that. Immortal killing stage. Who can make it through such a thing? Tugu Yulong said with a sigh. The owner of the 5 spirits war chariot, Wei family's 4 phoenixes, and the others released a light sigh as well, not saying anything. Heh. Wang family's people laughed coldly in secret. Jin family's people also revealed a faint smile, now fully relaxed. Pong! Suddenly, on the immortal killing stage, that headless corpse stood up, moreover picking up its own head, bringing it to his neck. Meanwhile, the essence blood on the ground all flowed in reverse, returning to the body. Ah! What is going on? Heavens, Huang, he didn't die. He actually made it through. How could this be? How did he do it? Some people cried out in shock. Huang was actually able to make it through that guillotine, not having his primordial spirit destroyed, still possessing life, still alive. Everyone was in disbelief. They just couldn't figure out how he was able to survive. Huang stood up. He was still alive, his hands supporting his head that was dripping blood, placing it on his neck. Essence energy flowed in all directions. Divine multicolored light endless. The wound at his neck disappeared, quickly healing, color returning to his pale face as well, expression gradually returning to his eyes as well. This was extremely strange. He clearly already died, but he recovered his vitality again. One had to bear in mind that the immortal killing stage didn't only sever the physical body, it also destroyed the primordial spirit, not giving creatures any chance at life. However now, Shi Hao was clearly unharmed, as if it was only his body that was cut apart. His soul still there. The essence blood flowed in reverse, completely entering his body through his pores, returning to his body, allowing him to recover. Soon afterwards, Shi Hao was in great spirits, no longer dispirited, flourishing with vitality again, to the extent where even the scorched black wounds from being blasted by lightning tribulation began to heal. I refuse to believe it. Wang Shi's grandfather clenched his teeth, unable to accept this result. After crossing tribulation, Sure Hao displayed his limitless potential. For Wang family, this couldn't be tolerated. Once he arrived at the peak of Great Tao, there would inevitably be a great disaster. The complexion of Jin Zhan's grandfather was cold. He couldn't accept this result either. Jin family and Wang family were already connected by marriage, and they already stood against Huang several times. They didn't want to see this result. This is too great. Haha. He actually made it through, living. Chao Yuxing laughed loudly. In this place, the lunar jade rabbit and heavenly horned ant were also extremely happy and excited. They originally thought that they had to collect Sure Hao's corpse, not expecting him to make it through this disaster. The others also exclaimed in astonishment, all of them shaken inside. This was a miracle, and they saw it for themselves. Even the owner of the 5 spirits war chariot Qihong couldn't help but release a light sigh. Huang truly is formidable, even able to live through the immortal killing stage. This is something that truly is rarely seen throughout the ages, worthy of being someone with heaven-warping aptitude. The long-life family inheritor Tugu Yulong also said, he really leaves others in admiration, actually able to defy death and live. Just what kind of methods did he use? Wei family's 4 phoenixes were also confused. After experiencing the immortal killing stage, who could live? Were there any successful examples in history? They didn't know. How did Huang do this? This place erupted with noise, many people discussing it by themselves, all of them wishing to know how Huang revived. On immortal killing stage, Sure Hao stood there without moving, his body shining slightly. He opened his palm, looking at those Tao imprints, not saying anything for a long time. At the same time, his transformation didn't end either, still being carried out. Hurry and look. 3 great Tao flowers appeared on his head. There is a creature on one of them. Everyone cried out in alarm, discovering his changes. Back then, when Sure Hao was in heavenly deity realm, he already accomplished this, producing 3 great Tao flowers above his head. This was seeking the Tao to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to all life meaning. This was especially the case when, after 1 great Tao flower bud bloomed, a creature was seated within, wrapped within chaotic energy, submerged under immortal mist. It normally couldn't be seen. Only Sure Hao himself had previously seen that it was clearly identical to himself. Moreover, that creature was quite special, never speaking or moving, as if it sat in the past, situated before the endless generations, not in the present world. That creature was extremely strange, incredibly indifferent. After all these years, Sure Hao still never fully researched it, nor did he draw any combat strength from it. Moreover, not long ago when he cultivated the immortal Tao scripture, he discovered that his previous cultivation was like rootless duckweed. His immortal energy evolved ahead of time, but never took root in his body. That was why he scattered the 3 strands of immortal energy, having them take root in his flesh, inner organs, and bones, become reborn, making it grow. This creature also disappeared. However, Sure Hao knew that this Tao feat didn't disappear, but rather that it was still within a corner of his body. This time, for the sake of living, he used all types of methods, from Willow Deity's life great method, to entrusting his primordial spirit to him, even using the Sea of Reincarnation's life power and other things. However, in the end, he discovered that it was all useless, all of it ineffective. On the immortal killing stage, he still suffered a blow, the dark red guillotine instantly severing his neck, removing his head. In that instant, Sure Hao released a sigh. After experiencing the immortal killing stage, he was still going to die, this life coming to an end here. Only, in the end, something unimaginable happened. The Tao fruit he had never moved. That creature previously seated on the great Tao flower appeared on its own. At the crucial moment, it rushed up from its temporary place of residence in the Sea of Reincarnation, entering his head, merging with his primordial spirit, resisting the guillotine's dark red light. Originally, the dark red blood color would have inevitably destroyed his soul, but it was now stopped. At this moment, Sure Hao discovered that the mysterious creature died in his place, about to scatter and disappear. At that time he felt a sense of loss, wishing to cry out to stop it, but he was powerless, unable to interfere. He knew that the significance of this Tao fruit towards his cultivation was extremely great and couldn't be lost. Now that it died in his place, he felt terrible, unable to accept this. In the end, he lived, not dying. However, in the final instant, he saw an imprint fly towards that creature, making this figure that was originally about to scatter also stabilize, resisting the light of execution and live. Now he fully revived. Shurhao stood on the platform, raising his head towards the great Tao flowers that gathered again, as well as the creature sitting on it, observing it carefully. Then he looked towards his own right palm. There really was an imprint missing. Now only 4 left. Shurhao's past strange experiences that were like reincarnation left 5 legendary reincarnation imprints on his palm. The most recent one was obtained from Imperishable Mountain. At that time, he went to accept the imperishable scripture. The things he saw monstrous and multicolored, what he experienced extremely terrifying. He fought a bloody battle with the enemy, ending in mutual destruction. At that time, the 5th reincarnation imprint appeared on his palm. At this very moment, an imprint disappeared from his palm. Now only 4 of them left. Meanwhile, the creature on the great Tao flower, even though it was covered by primal chaos and immortal mist, Shurhao could still clearly see that it now had one. However, it was different from him, engraved on the surface of the body, but even so rather extremely special. The imprint was like fetters, like a metal ring, binding its body, preventing it from moving, restricting and suppressing it. This left Shurhao stunned, inwardly shaken. Until now, he still didn't know this creature's ability, nor did he understand what kind of uses the reincarnation imprints had. Now he finally saw some clues. That creature accepted death in his place, but the imprint prevented it from scattering. Now, the two were interdependent. The imprint subduing that creature, ensuring that it didn't fade, still exist even after a long time had passed. Shurhao still didn't say anything. His expression continuously changed. He was thinking to himself. This matter was extremely strange. Hong. The immortal killing stage scattered, turning into an expanse of lightning radiance and then scattering, leaving Shurhao alone. It was accompanied by electrical radiance together with a terrifying heavenly tribulation light. At this stage, it was already hard for lightning radiance to harm him. After slaughtering his way from the 9 heavens 10 earths, experiencing many near-death situations, he had already suffered enough. The heavenly tribulation thus came to an end. One could vaguely make out an indistinct pond in the heavenly dome above. Several drops of sparkling liquid dropped down. Shurhao raised his head. That liquid was fragrant, refreshing the mind. He accepted it with his hands, bringing it to his mouth. His entire body immediately erupted with brilliance. Everyone was stunned. That indistinct pool continuously released liquid down, falling in his direction. Shurhao's eyes flickered with light. He didn't rush up to seize it now, instead sitting down, allowing the liquid to fall. He opened his mouth, gulping it down in large mouthfuls. Right now, his body was extremely brilliant, shocking to the extreme. All of his injuries disappeared, even his broken bones immediately reconstructing, reappearing. Lightning tribulation liquid. This is great natural luck. Many people cried out in alarm, their faces full of envy. This was the legendary supreme liquid. When one drank it, it would bring tremendous benefits to the body. This was especially true regarding this type of lightning tribulation, the most powerful in all of history. The lightning tribulation liquid that appeared would be even more astonishing. For the younger generation, this was world-shocking natural luck. Meanwhile now, liquid flowed out from the lightning pool just like that, continuously falling, entering Shurhao's mouth. It was just too shocking. Even though the lunar jade rabbit was pure and pretty, right now, she didn't care about appearances, wiping her mouth because her saliva was about to flow out. When you come back, invite me for a cup, Chao Yuxing even more so shouted. In the distance, there were even more people whose eyes became red, truly wishing they could be in his place. Take this for themselves. Jean Jean's grandfather and others were included among these, their expressions ashen. They stared forward, eyes scarlet red, unwilling to accept this. Huang not only didn't die, He might still transform because of this liquid, become even more powerful. I refuse to believe this. Why is there still no reply? Wang Shi's grandfather said to himself. He clenched his dried palms, killing intent faintly visible in his eyes. Silently, his sleeves moved, an object appearing, coming through the void, no one noticing anything. Something was sent over. Wang Shi's grandfather laughed loudly, and then said with a cold voice, Huang, I will let you understand what is calling killing one without any trace. I am going to cripple you. Destroy your Dao fruit. Wang family's experts opposed Shi Hao. They couldn't tolerate him rising up. Wang family's 5 dragons were banished to Imperial Pass precisely because of Shi Hao. This was a great grudge. If nothing unexpected happened, they couldn't leave and would end up dying here. That was why Wang family's people in Imperial Pass hated Shi Hao, the hatred they felt even stronger than that of those in the 9 heavens. After Shi Hao crossed tribulation, the first thing Wang Shi's grandfather did was contact the important people from Imperial Pass. Even the 5 dragons who lived from the archaic times learned of this. Wang Shi's grandfather swung his sleeve, examining it closely. That was a stone case, within it a few small characters that left him inwardly shaken, incredibly shocked. This a sacred object bestowed by Wang De, an unimaginable item. Within it was a creature. Heavens! There really is this type of thing in the world, having this type of creature? Wang Shi's grandfather trembled, feeling a wave of fear. Immediately afterwards, he became overjoyed. Regardless, this thing would be used to kill Shi Hao, so he didn't have to worry about his own safety. Moreover, if it was cultivated properly and used well, it would become something Wang family could rely on, becoming an unmatched servant. Only it was hard for him to not be moved. His fingers were even trembling because this thing was too rare, rarely seen. Dao brother, what happened to you? Jin Zhan asked. It was because he saw that the other party's hand was trembling slightly, his sleeves moving. Cough, it's nothing. Just that Huang might be crippled, so I feel inwardly happy. Wang Shi's grandfather didn't hide this type of joy, a smile appearing on his face. It was because what he held in his hands could disturb heavenly tribulation, the effects tremendous, able to interfere with Shi Hao's Dao. This heavenly tribulation still hadn't finished. Even though it was close to its completion, the 9 heavens 10 earths still haven't disappeared. If this thing was released, there would likely be heaven-shocking changes. Wang Shi's grandfather smiled, feeling extremely happy, all of the wrinkles on his face even unfolding. Lightning spirit, this was something from legends almost never seen before. He never thought that it actually existed. However, the stone case Wang Shi's grandfather had just obtained had a small word written on it. Within it precisely a lightning spirit. It was rumored that it was born in lightning tribulation, origins terrifyingly shocking, able to devour lightning radiance, to the extent where it could even swallow up heavenly tribulation. That was why no one believed there was this type of thing. It was the so-called when things reach an extreme, they can only move in the opposite direction. Once a living creature was developed, it would definitely become formidable, naturally not fearing lightning, to the extent where it could even use it as food. From past until now, forget about ordinary creatures not believing that this type of creatures existed. Even true supreme beings wouldn't believe it because this didn't make sense. What was heavenly tribulation? It was the might of the heavens, the amount of time it existed short. How could a type of creature be produced within that small amount of time? That didn't match normal reasoning. However, Wang Shi's grandfather now obtained one. He believed that Wang De wouldn't speak without thinking. There was no way there could be a mistake. How could an ancestor of that level go back on his words? This was Wang family's first dragon. Wang Shi's grandfather recalled a legend, something related to Wang De. In the past, Wang De journeyed throughout the world, previously entering a sealed secret world, a cave from the last great era. He almost died there. Immortal Wang ultimately startled, saving him only after using the immortal war halberd. It was rumored that that place had electrical light, endless lightning. Could it be that this lighting spirit was brought precisely out of that place? According to a few things recorded in bone books, this type of existence had to be born in lightning because that was its food. otherwise it would die. Heh. We are just waiting for you to head on to the next life now. Wang Shi's grandfather's eyes were extremely vicious as they stared forward. In the 9 heavens above, Hao sat with his legs crossed, entire body surging with radiance. He was drinking the lightning tribulation liquid that fell, obtaining tremendous benefits. One could see that he was shedding his old skin, new skin like fine jade. Moreover, even his hair came off, the newly grown hair black and shining. His entire being was covered in a faint layer of radiance, as if he was bathed in a divine ring. Right now, the lightning radiance couldn't harm him, as if he had an undying golden body. Hao stared at the lightning tribulation pool in the sky. It was indistinct and also extremely far. He was plotting inwardly, waiting for a good time to rush up and fully seize it. Suddenly, he felt as if this heavenly tribulation was a bit strange, as if it still wasn't finished. Yet the lightning pool poured down liquid on its own, bringing him natural luck. Something wasn't quite right. And there is a heaven beyond the heavens. Turns out this isn't just a proverb, but true. Suddenly, Hao narrowed his eyes, realizing something inside. He finally noticed that in the 9 heavens above, outside the lightning radiance, between the clouds, there was a heaven that was extremely indistinct. He couldn't see through it even when he opened his heavenly eyes. However, there were no dangers over there already, no need to fight intensely. 2 lightning pools. It really is the first time I've seen such a thing, Hao said to himself. Then, he suddenly realized something, immediately understanding what was going on. He saw that there was a small lightning pool above the 10th heaven, less than a square foot in size, within it primal chaos and immortal energy covered everything inside. The 9 heavens lightning pool corresponded to this. Beneath it, it could only be considered a secondary pool. The 9th layer of heaven's things are definitely not as good as the 10th layer. It wanted to deceive me. Make me leave. Keep dreaming. Hao snickered. If he didn't think about it carefully, detecting that there was a 10th heaven, he would have definitely been satisfied and left after looting the secondary pool. I understand. The 9th heaven's lightning tribulation liquid was diluted. It should have trickled down from the 10th heaven. Hao looked at their whereabouts, one perfectly beneath the other, so he made the speculation. The lightning tribulation still didn't end, so the lightning pool wouldn't disappear. Hao didn't feel worried in the slightest. He wanted to seize both of these pools. He rose up, rushing into the sky, immediately appearing before the secondary pool. This triggered cries of alarm, everyone shocked. It was because Hao directly sat down, using this type of precious liquid to wash his body, not drinking and enjoying it like before. Since he knew that there was still even better lightning tribulation liquid, he naturally wasn't stingy with this, using it to cleanse his body. Sure enough, this pool didn't reject him, proving that there was still an ultimate natural luck. At this moment, Hao was faced with a choice. The most dangerous part of the lightning tribulation had passed, because now it was time for the benefits. Should he go a step further or consolidate everything first? After crossing this tribulation, he could already choose to break through and enter the self-severing realm. At this age, this cultivation realm, if news got out, it would definitely shock even the dead, truly shaking past and present unprecedented. No one his age had entered the self-severing realm, already reaching the peak of martial Tao at 20-something years of age. This was just too rarely seen, at the very least in this great era. No one younger than him had accomplished it. Even Hao himself felt like he was breaking through too fast. For the sake of entering the void Tao realm, he used his body as the seed, cultivating in seclusion for 3 years. Only a year has passed since then. Now, he was going to break through again. This really left others speechless. During this past year, he fought, but not too much. He hadn't sharpened himself enough yet. It was because he spent the last year in seclusion as well as in order to come to Emperor City. Like many other youngsters, they were all grouped together by a few eccentrics, lecturing in the Pure Land, speaking about desolate border secrets and other things. This is too fast, Hao said to himself. If he wanted to, he could take the step right now, immediately becoming a self-severing realm great cultivator. When he carefully thought about it, he was more willing to settle down a bit. It was because he had only cultivated the immortal Tao scripture for 1 year, always adjusting his body, making the 3 strands of immortal energy truly take root in his body. If he hurriedly broke through now, it seemed a bit unstable. I'll wait and see if someone forces me. If the battle environment isn't too nasty, I would rather solidify my Tao foundation first. Either way, I can easily break through. Sure Hao came to this decision. He was inside the lightning pool, operating the immortal Tao scriptures, using the natural luck here to refine himself, nourish the 3 strands of immortal energy within his body. At this time, he scattered the 3 great Tao flowers again. Meanwhile, that mysterious creature also went dormant inside of his body again, taking residence in the Sea of Reincarnation. After the immortal energy scattered, it distributed itself into every inch of Hao's body, his bone marrow, and inner organs, mixing with his body, nourishing each other. Hong. When the immortal Tao scriptures operated, his body was like a bottomless pit, absorbing the lightning tribulation liquid, nourishing the immortal energy, strengthening himself, entering a type of extremely balanced state. Suddenly, his Sea of Reincarnation shone, also moving. The wheel of fate within the Sea of Reincarnation devoured the lightning tribulation liquid, because that represented new life, the 2 close to each other. Moreover, right at this time, the Sea of Reincarnation's sea also underwent a change, actually devouring lightning radiance, absorbing the destructive power. This type of change was too shocking. The massive lightning and other things actually became nourishment for him. Hao's body trembled. He finally understood how extraordinary this path of his was. Only his own path was the most powerful. He grasped quite a few cultivation methods, having an immortal ancient precious scripture, present world method bone texts, and others, the number of world-shocking divine abilities not few either, but they were still established by others. There was always a type of saying that only what belonged to oneself was the strongest. He established his own path, now obtaining the realist verification. This was a great Tao path that belonged to him alone, able to bring him to the very peak. At this moment, the Sea of Reincarnation devoured lightning radiance and lightning tribulation liquid, evolving in Hao's abdomen. A grand scripture-like sound was released. Hao's entire body was resonating, immortal energy surging through his flesh and bone marrow. It was because a type of gentle radiance was currently being released from the Sea of Reincarnation's 2 polar extremes of life and death, released by the Sea of Reincarnation to nourish the body after it completed the absorption. Immortal energy was taking root, growing within his bone marrow and inner organs. This type of feeling was extremely real. He could clearly feel everything right now. One could see just how fast this was, or else how could it be like this? Hao was filled with joy. This was a type of tremendous gain. His figure was steady as he sat there, devouring lightning tribulation, absorbing the precious liquid in the pool, strengthening himself. Lightning radiance was drawn over, making heavenly tribulation continuously crash down. However, they couldn't injure him, instead helping him evolve. Hao closed his eyes, immersing himself within, not moving, as if he entered a deep state of Tao comprehension. In the distance, Wang Shi's grandfather was stupefied, and then he was shocked and furious. Even outsiders could sense this type of transformation, clearly feeling that he was becoming stronger, obtaining tremendous benefits. This is the time. While you are in seclusion, mind roaming the great emptiness, your life will be taken. He gnashed his teeth in anger. Ka! A light noise sounded. He opened up the stone case, releasing 3 creatures. In that instant, the void here distorted, and then it returned to normal again. There were 3 lightning spirits, all of them the length of chopsticks, looking like snakes, bodies flowing with electrical radiance. One was silvery white, one golden, one dark red. While no one noticed anything, they tore through the void, entering the lightning. Then, they headed directly towards Hao. The dark red one was the most savage. When it saw the lightning pool in the lightning, its eyes flourished with radiance, turning into a blood-colored streak of lightning, heading in that direction. It wanted to kill Hao, seize his natural luck, being the first one to move aggressively. Chong. However, just as it approached, an expanse of lightning hacked down. all of it blasting its body, sparks flying in all directions. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes, staring in that direction. He was already on guard, only he was still doubtful. There were creatures in heavenly tribulation that could stealthily move forward and interfere. Now, he saw a blood-colored reptile, leaving him extremely shocked. "You want to harm me? This matter is not finished." Xianxia was angry. This was too vicious. At the crucial moment, someone wanted to destroy his Dao fruit, cripple him. There was nothing more hateful than this. Lightning spirits, they were like worms the length of chopsticks. If one didn't examine them too carefully, they were just like snakes. The one who approached was dark red-colored, entire body as if cast from blood-colored immortal told, giving one a cold and hard feeling. Xianxia didn't recognize this type of creature, but he felt that this bug was extremely dangerous, not normal. Otherwise, when the heavenly tribulation struck its body, it would have directly been blasted to bloody chunks. How could it still coldly watch him? This was an extremely frightening creature. "You actually dare do this?" Xianxia's breathing was hurried, inwardly shocked and furious. This was just too sinister. A strange creature appearing when he was crossing tribulation, wishing to harm him. It really was sinister. The lightning ocean surged, lightning shooting out streak after streak. The noises here were ear-splitting, normal people unable to look through it at all, unable to see the situation near the lightning pool. It was because this place was full of electrical arcs, extremely dazzling. One would feel a stinging pain even if heavenly eyes were used. However, this didn't stop them from realizing that something happened, that there was an issue with Xianxia. "What is going on? Huang seems to be angry." Everyone was shocked. The main reason was that the lightning spirit was too small, and it was like a streak of red electricity itself. It wasn't easy to detect as it moved about. Right now it was like a snake, raising its head, opening its mouth, revealing sharp teeth. Lightning flashed through its eyes, directly swallowing up the lightning. This lightning tribulation couldn't harm it. It devoured the electrical light like food, incredibly greedy. Of course, what it wanted the most was still the simple and ancient pool where Xianxia was staring at it. As a lightning spirit, it understood well that this was the greatest natural luck. Chi! This dark red lightning moved, attacking. It directly rushed at Xianxia, vicious and decisive. Originally, it was dark red-colored like metal, rather ordinary, not drawing everyone's attention. However, when it truly attacked, everything changed. It was incomparably resplendent, like scarlet red divine diamond, bright red and replete, releasing endless streaks of scarlet multicolored light, too brilliant. Its entire body was perfectly straight, like a chopstick-length immortal spear, shooting at Xianxia like a streak of lightning. Shoo! It was too fast, instantly piercing through the void. It arrived at the lightning pool's side in the blink of an eye, wishing to enter the space between Xianxia's brows, kill him in one strike, penetrate his forehead and destroy his primordial spirit. It was clear that this lightning spirit was extremely brutal. When killing, it was simple and direct. Xianxia was cold, his reaction extremely fast. With a turn of his head, he operated the imperishable scripture, 2 fingers shining, becoming a light golden color like flood dragon shears as they pressed towards that lightning spirit. However, there was a streak of light that was even faster. In the heavenly dome above, a streak of lightning shot straight down. It wasn't that thick, but it was extremely shocking, carrying primal chaos energy, scarlet red in color. Dang! At this moment, sparks flew in all directions. The lightning struck that creature, making its perfectly straight body tremble, immediately flying out, unable to remain like a blood-colored immortal spear anymore. The lightning spirit was greatly alarmed, releasing low-is roaring noises. It was because what it was least afraid of was lightning. Heavenly tribulation normally couldn't injure it, yet now its body was bleeding, injured. The lightning pool was impassable. Chi! Immediately afterwards, this dark red lightning spirit moved again, still shooting straight out, wishing to enter the lightning pool, seize the lightning tribulation liquid and kill Xianxia. Dang! It was another streak of lightning radiance. This time it was silvery white in color, accompanied by chaotic energy. It was even more terrifying, blasting the lightning spirit until it flipped out. Blood splashed in all directions from its body. Divine skin damaged, burning it until it was charred black. This left it horrified. It had never suffered so greatly in heavenly tribulation before, actually becoming seriously injured. This was something inconceivable. It actually couldn't approach the lightning pool. Even if Hao himself didn't do anything, it still couldn't approach that place. What is that thing? It can actually move in lightning, resist the most powerful heavenly tribulation? It is too shocking. What kind of monster is this? Is it comparable to Huang? At this moment, everyone finally discovered something strange, seeing that creature that wasn't that large. All of them were extremely alarmed. Was that thing a living creature or something produced by lightning? It actually competed with Hao over the lightning pool. Hong! In the sky, streak after streak of lightning crashed down, blasting the lightning spirit's body. It was targeted, suffering attacks. It was because Hao could already be considered to have completed tribulation, now currently obtaining natural luck, already obtaining the acknowledgement of heavenly tribulation. The lightning spirit suddenly rushed over murderously, wishing to seize the lightning pool, so it naturally suffered fierce attacks. The heavenly tribulation suppressed this intruder on the spot. At this moment, the lightning spirit panicked, because this heavenly tribulation could actually harm it, make it continuously bleed. If this continued, it might die here. In the distance, Wang Shi's grandfather was stupefied. Not even the lightning spirit could harm Hao. Moreover, from the lightning spirit's reaction, he understood how terrifying this heavenly tribulation was. Not even a lightning spirit could handle it, yet Huang actually made it through. Just how freakish was this? Huang's resistance to lightning was even more ridiculous than a lightning spirit. Is there no more heavenly reasoning? How come it didn't directly hack him to death? Wang Shi's grandfather said to himself. I was also hoping that he could directly die here. Jin Zhan's grandfather nodded. Unfortunately, they were destined to not have their wishes fulfilled. Right now, Hao stood up, walking out from the lightning pool, pressing towards the lightning spirit. This creature left him extremely shocked. No one understood better than him how powerful this heavenly tribulation was, but this snake-like creature could actually resist it, not dying even now. When the lightning spirit saw Hao leave, its eyes shone with a vicious light. It felt like, without the lightning pool's protection, it could kill this person. Turned into a blood spear again, shooting out. Dang! Collided with Hao's palm. The noise was ear-splitting, as if two pieces of divine steel collided, leaving Hao shocked. This bug was even more powerful than he had imagined. As for this lightning spirit, it was somewhat stupefied. Its previously unstoppable self was actually struck until it was confused and disoriented, becoming a bit dizzy. Hao's eyes became cold. The imperishable scripture supported him, right hand reaching out as if he was catching a dragon. The dark red lightning spirit was angry, continuously crying out, calling over its companions for help. However, at this moment, Hao was furious, wishing to immediately eliminate it, not treating it like a worm, but more like a true enemy, attacking at full force. Dazzling metal sparks flew about. Hao continuously took action, attacking fiercely several times, finally suppressing this bug. His hands were like scissors, almost cutting this lightning spirit in half. In the distance, Wang family's people were petrified. Just how much of a monster was this youngster? The lightning spirit was subdued this easily? Wang family's higher level all knew just how much care was used to nurture the lightning spirits to this state. It was heaven-defying, yet, in the end, it became a captive. This lightning spirit didn't only seize one person's natural luck. If it wanted to become stronger, then it needed heavenly tribulation, needed the precious liquid in the lightning pool. In the past, it had seized others' Tao fruits. Now, Hao just happened to be facing a great tribulation, able to rise into the self-severing realm at any time. If the lightning spirits seized his natural luck, then the ones who would advance would be these three divine bugs. No, the lightning spirits cannot be allowed to fall into his hands. Wang family's people clenched their teeth. It was because the lightning spirits were too precious. There might only be these three in the entire world. They were priceless. If they really were nurtured, then they would be unmatched creatures. It could be said that these three bugs would most likely become bug emperors. The dark red lightning spirit screamed endlessly, struggling intensely. Hong! Suddenly, world-shocking lightning erupted. In the distance, two figures flashed, one gold, one silver, moreover bringing with them an endless great army as they slaughtered their way forward. This left everyone shocked. There were two strange bugs that appeared, actually ordering around the lightning creatures in the heavenly tribulation as they charged forward, attacking Xianxia. Everyone became speechless. This was too strange. Wasn't the tribulation complete? Why did this stuff end up appearing? They still didn't know that these lightning spirits were living creatures, not something produced by lightning. It was only because none of them recognized these as lightning spirits. There were also many people who suspected that might be a big problem. Hong! Xianxia charged forward boldly. Now that his body had recovered, returning to its peak, he naturally didn't fear those creatures he had already defeated before. It was because it was precisely the 9 heavens 10 earths he slaughtered through, fighting intensely with these lightning-formed creatures before. As long as there were no Emperor race's youth who took action, the lightning tribulation didn't pose any problems for him. The two of you, get over here. You want to escape? No way, Xianxia shouted. He took action fiercely, pressing towards the two lightning spirits. As it turned out, the two creatures suffered greatly, not able to do anything to Xianxia even after bringing great armies over, in the end running for their lives. Perfect. You all can lead the way, Xianxia said with a cold laugh. He stirred on lightning radiance, following just behind them. No matter how fast the two divine bugs were, they still couldn't shake off Xianxia. He continuously pursued them. Chi! Xianxia bathed in lightning radiance. With a single step, he crossed many li, instantly arriving before Wang Shi, Jinzhan, and the others. Huang, what do you want to do? Wang Shi released a light scoff. Get lost, Xianxia said coldly. He didn't look at Wang Shi, instead staring at the elder at her side, feeling that these two lightning spirits were precisely on his body. Unbridled, Jinzhan shouted, taking a step out, reaching out a hand. It was surrounded by white mist, about to slap over. You? Get lost too, or else I will kill you on the spot, Xianxia shouted coldly.